I am shaped to a higher order.
Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Welcome everyone, welcome. Hello Lulu and Maru. How you two doing? Too slow, man. You gotta be lightning quick. I'm not your dad, pal. Ooh, 9,424 conduct summary. Hello, joiner. Favorite streamer? That's me. I've been winning almost all my games, daydreaming. Oh yeah. 7K conduct? Is your internet bad? You toxic? Hello, Shramu. You're 5K? Damn. Must be a total piece of shit, huh? Hypervind.
Radiant's bottom tower's still there, but not for long. Killing spree!
65% GPU usage. So once again, my computer is using too many resources. What's my MMR to get Divine for? Let's see. Let's just take away about 100 from this. So 5-4, 5-4-3. Google Chrome's not. I think I have some possible solutions.
Now this is a fleet.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Close the point? No. I can't come otherwise. I think you need to be like 5.8 to be immortal.
Is under attack.
5.8, 5.9, something like that. Hi, Randy.
Dire's top tower might be collapsed. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh shit. That's why you buy phase boots on melee.
Tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble.
Oh, Gunner.
Top tower is under attack.
Tribute to my house.
Oh man, unranked queues take so long. I tweaked some of my video settings so it's not like max everything anymore.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, I just want more frames per second while I stream.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I want mid 100s, you know? It just doesn't seem as smooth when you only get like 90. Ugh, that's disgusting. That's just life sometimes.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's
I can get 150 if I look at something really boring, like maybe this.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire? Radiant called in the fortification.
Never refuse gold. It is
This Ember doesn't give a shit.
Back to ball.
fury of my fears.
Damn, daily 1-1 rank upgrade. GG, man. Thanks, man.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah. You see my win streak, Lex, man?
Dire's structures are fortified.
Oh yeah, look at all the greens.
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top
Alright, Vinit. You guys want to hear some of my new sound effects?
tower is under attack.
Listen to this.
Dire's top
Alright, so
tower has fallen.
this is kind of like a pump you up a category. Added that one. That was pretty fucking epic. I like that one a lot. Another one. No, you can't actually use it. Let's play some Dota. Pump you up. You couldn't tell just now, but that was the Inception sound. That's the Inception sound effect again. We're gonna celebrate for Dire in a second, because Dire's winning his team fight. Yeah, Dire! Yeah, Dire! Bunch of fucking Jesus, Dire team. Actually, I really like that one too. We're gonna celebrate again for Crystal Maiden. I mean, for Dire.
It's over 9,000!
That GTA San Andreas? No. That's from one of Snoop Dogg's songs. I have some new running sound effects. So, they tried to kill Ember Spirit earlier, but they couldn't do it.
Can't touch this. Can't touch this.
You guys can't use that yet. Glad you like the sound effects, guys.
Have been schooled.
There are some ominous, like dun 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 sound effects, like this one. You guys have already heard this one. It plays at random. Okay, I have another one though. This one's very Vimy. There should be an evil laughter one, I think.
This'll come in handy.
Fuck. Could have sworn there's another one. I'm gonna look into this. Yeah, there should be an evil laugh. Yeah. Yeah. That one should have played, but it just didn't play. There we go, it finally played. Thanks, VJ. Glad you like the hairstyle. How many hours do I have played? On this account, 10,000.
Radiant's
Holy
bottom tower
fucking
is
Q,
under
10 minutes already.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I think mods with 797 hours watch time should be allowed to use these sound effects. Alright, Vinny. But
Middle tower is
you better not go over that. Once you hit 798, you're not allowed to use it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke weed every day. Arcade power.
Unstoppable killing spree.
Run, Ember Spirit, you have no mana. Run, Ember Spirit! Yeah, but Vinny, you have to have exactly 797 hours. Stop it, Vinny, stop! Don't you double my sound effects.
Fire my skin. I'm gonna find those sneaky bums.
Alright, taking away Vinny's sound effects powers.
Roshan's dead. Man, him and that Aegis
Oh yeah!
messed up that bad.
Reading on Aegis! I forgot that I got that one too. Oh, hey, we got a game. Let's do this. We play one unranked game, then we play ranked. Gotta warm up, you know? Chris Brown's on my team. Shit. Girls, watch out. He might beat you.
5 seconds left.
I really like that one. Can I ban Night Stalker? I can't. I'm lagging. Oh. My graphics card seems like it crashed, guys. Maybe I overclocked it too much last night. Uh-oh. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Stream's gonna... Yeah, yeah, just give me like 10 seconds. Thanks. I think we're back, right? Can someone confirm that we're back? Are we back? Okay. Thank you, Lulu, GK, Hodai, Fest, Shamik.
And
Neat.
they're back. Good for you.
Holy shit, I'm still lagging. What the fuck?
5 seconds left.
Oh god, I'm lagging so bad. What the fuck?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh god, I'm crashing again. This stream sucks dick. Oh god, what happened to my computer? I was trying to overclock it last night and I might have made it unstable, guys. Yeah, good thing I'm playing unranked first, right? Please don't fucking crash me. Thanks. It's still crashing! Man, I really fucked my video card, huh? Hi, Snail Poop. Hi, Roger. God. Why you do this to me? I might just get abandoned. I was just trying to get my behavior score up, dude. It was in the 7,000s. My video card's crashing, Snail Poop. I can't stab. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash.
Welcome back to the war.
I'm fucking Spirit Breaker.
You remember?
Oh god. Why are you like this? Alright, I need like a few minutes to fix this. Thanks. Well, the good thing is I haven't abandoned it yet, so... I don't know, I gotta install this program. It's not even overclocked, you fuck. Quickly dial back the overclock. I don't know, but let's just try that right now. You can't crash if we're just asking you to do a lighter load, right? It's a program to overclock graphics cards, Vinny. I'm so glad I didn't queue for a quit rank, dude. Come on, load, motherfucker! This doesn't seem like 240 frames per second.
Do it!
Load!
Just do it!
This is the slowest my computer's ever been in my life. It's like I'm using a computer from Southeast Asia. Okay guys, I've decided that I'm gonna restart this computer. Pure back like 2 to 3 minutes. Yeah, give me 2 or 3 minutes. Alright, we're back. Please don't crash. You know, it's an unranked game. I don't think my teammates give a shit. They're probably like, ah, he crashed. Who fucking cares? It's unranked. Please don't crash. I don't want to buy a new computer. Okay. Or a new graphics card. Because this graphics card was like $1,000. Oh, I can still reconnect. Nice. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash! I'm praying to Gabe in 2 snail poop. They're using me! What are you doing? Have they been feeding me? They haven't.
Killing spree! I'm building a future without you in it.
I put myself back together.
Hey, my computer works. We don't have courier? What are you talking about, Shamik?
The beast of all worlds.
It's working. So far, so good. We have Jungle Meeple. First item, Rapier. He's got arcane boots already.
One world is much like another. Of course.
I can. Just fight him, you pussy.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Can we go with the same target?
Yes. Here I come.
Oh, I should grab the ruins, huh?
Bounty. Bounty. Yes.
Fuck, can't see shit.
I'm under attack.
Hey, I helped get a kill.
Between the planes,
Oh yeah. It's time to celebrate.
I charge ahead. I will.
Did anyone recognize that sound effect?
Look there.
Oh my god.
If your mid
Holy
tower
shit.
could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Yeah, you guys got it. I mean, it doesn't really make sense for the situation, but it sounds like it does. Not gonna lie.
The way is clear.
Space cow.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Attack.
Rally the troops and get over there!
No, just back.
I take what I want.
Ooh.
Well met.
Come on, man. Stop getting hit by that shit.
I run rampant.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Gave you healing salve, bro.
Dander up.
Your top tower is under attack.
The way is clear.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Upon this plane,
You're so fucking dead, bro. So that computer restart just did the trick, huh? That's great. Oh. He has a shrine. No.
I run rampant. I'll settle this.
Why the fuck do I even bother, dude? I don't even have TP screen. I'm fucking dead.
Sent. As suggested.
I need a creep. See you later. Suck my dick, Miranda. Yo, let's celebrate.
Can't touch this. I charge ahead. Can't touch this. Haste. Can't touch this. Onward. Can't touch this. My music hits me so hard.
God, I love the sound effect. The sound effect is great. Where do we go next, friends? Always gotta check Invoker's mana to see if he has a combo.
Fury.
Okay, how about this guy?
Charge. Certainly.
Yeah, I need a TP scroll. I forgot about
Your
that.
middle tower. Don't let him go there.
Flames.
10-minute runes. Bottom shrine warded. Are you sure?
The beast of all worlds. All paths lead to conflict.
Yoink! Sunstrike bottom? Or top?
Your top tower is under attack.
There's a ward right there. Can't reach him. Yeah, +1 top. Duel him, LC. Duel him. What are you doing?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, we still have Sunstrike. Oh, there's 3 top.
I run rampant.
Yeah, I'm too low for this
Tower's
shit.
under attack. You and a couple
We gotta
of
buy an
friends
urn.
Probably stop that.
Certainly.
Get rid of her.
Top tower needs some help. Are you even watching your top tower?
See, even Bristlebacks. I mean, this Ripbreaker's laughing. This is sad for the girlfriend. Now ex-girlfriend.
Move on over to your bottom tower.
Holy shit.
Dominating. Mega kill.
Wait, what? When did that charge stop?
The top tower needs some help.
What does Twitch lag a lot? Do I look like I'm Indian?
Top tower is under attack.
As suggested.
I don't want to point any fingers, but some people have 3 and 4 deaths. I'm coming, Invoker.
Top tower is under
Greater Bash pushes him back.
The top tower needs some help.
Look there.
Sorry.
The beast
Top
of
tower is under
He's
attack.
gonna cast Cold Embrace, you know.
You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait till.
Sunstrike bottom. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
paths lead to conflict. Upon this plane,
Who makes fun of what now? Oh shit.
I charge ahead.
Oh fuck, I totally charged the wrong. Did I?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh!
Unstoppable.
Oh!
Dominating.
Oh shit! Invoker! What a gangster. He killed him first.
Avengement shall be mine.
I'm a support Invoker?
This is why I like land.
No, you're Mirana. Where's Earthshaker? We need both our cows in this game. Moo. No, you're Mirana.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Between the planes. Yes.
What do I do? What is a cow to do by himself in this world?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Look at my ability to run through trees, Kiss. Good to get dust. Yeah, man, absolutely. I don't think we can kill. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
I run rampant.
I need a TP scroll.
Upon this plane,
Didn't I just say it's good to get dust? I agreed with you, man. Yes, it's good to get dust. Yes, it's good to get dust.
all paths lead to conflict.
I don't want to die.
Can't touch this.
Oh shit, they're fucking... Ah! Shit! Okay, we're good, we're good.
Touch this. I charge ahead. Can't touch this. My business shit so hard. Makes me say, oh my lord.
Oh shit.
One world is much like
Get him! Hit him!
Take me! They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh shit, what's going on? Die. There's a fish in there, and then Gandalf said, you shut up. That's great.
Wicked sick!
Oh yeah, let's get the spirit vessel.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on. Monster kill!
Oh no.
That effect.
I am sparkling.
Certainly.
Hi, boys off street. Fuck, how did I miss that last hit? Alright, you're so funny, man.
It's all.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Dun 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 dun. I want experience. Yes.
Of course. Upon this plane,
Where's this cunt?
the ways
I don't have any teammates behind me. These guys shall not pass this line.
indeed
I mean this cliff.
correct. I have their scent.
We need Vlads for Meepo, huh?
As suggested.
No, don't kill me.
Look there.
Hi, 7MR 6.3k.
All paths.
How dare you, Lulu? How dare you?
Yes.
Oh yeah, speaking of Miranda, I should probably buy Dust. Dust is good, right?
Certainly. I charge ahead. One world is much like another.
Are they doing Roshan? No.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Between the planes,
Ow!
onward.
I want that pig sound there. Hee-haw, hee-haw.
Yes.
He's still killing me.
Glorious increase. I run rampant. Indeed.
Whoa, godlike!
Meeple, chill. Chill, baby.
Got my dander up. Look there.
Sunstrike top? Sunstrike, Sunstrike? Duel him, motherfucker!
You better puff on over to your bottom
I have
tower.
Nether Strike.
This is one of the things are fortified.
Oh, you're screwed, buddy.
One word. In this plane, I am driven.
Brutal, savage, wrecked.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
No tengo poderes, no tengo
Your
meteoro.
bottom tower
Ni
is
nada.
kind of bad.
Dust is good, right?
Your bottom tower is
I don't have money for Dust, though. What the fuck? Clicked on one of them already. Who am I charging?
Beast of all worlds.
Where's the ward?
I have their scent.
There's a fucking ward somewhere around here.
I run rampant.
I'm still getting hit by rockets. How many years will I get hit by rockets? Fuck you, Tinker, you fucking shit.
As suggested.
Which one's the real Winter Wyvern, guys?
Bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
I don't think it's that one. Pretty sure it's this one.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
They're gonna leave him. They're gonna leave him, and we're gonna kill him. They're gonna leave him, and we're gonna. Oh shit! I don't want to die. Don't touch me, bro.
That's what I'm talking about.
Roshan round 2. They use Moonlight.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Dust is good, right? How do we do this? Oh, they're sieging this shit very seriously.
You know, mid tower could talk. It'd be
Oh.
mad at you.
Get him! Die, Meepo! Die!
Of course. Between the plains.
Hee-haw.
Upon this plain.
Is blade mail good for Tinker? It's excellent.
Tower's under attack.
Oh, look at all that lane farm being wasted. Hi, David. Oh, fuck. I want the armor.
Haste.
I have the scent.
That guy's dead.
I will.
That guy is still dead. Yeah, that guy's definitely dead. Tinker's bottom. Invoker, I don't think you TP. Okay.
As suggested. Correct. The way is clear.
You need blade mail, bro.
You just proved my
God
theory.
damn it!
The beast
That's
of
what
all
I'm
worlds.
talking about.
Thanks, Ramadan. Tommy Lee, how you doing? Yeah, there we go. I got my spirit vessel. Just gonna go TP back and grab it.
Onward.
How did we not buy a magic wand this game already? What the fuck? Actually, maybe it's too late to buy a magic wand. Or is it?
One word. Yes. Between the plains.
I don't know what to do this game.
Yes.
Hey, Tommy Lee. You want to hear some cool sound effects? I added new sound effects.
What's the fracas?
Yo, Matt. This is supposed to be a random sound effect.
Do it! Just
That one's not new either.
do it! Just
It's okay, Tommy. It's nice to see you when you're around.
your middle tower is under attack.
How's the new job going? I don't know if I'm. Oh god. Oh god.
Top tower is under attack.
Oh, I don't know if I want to do this. It's just me and Meepo.
I have this.
All right, we have some new ones.
Is under attack.
See, look, yo, see, there we go.
I will.
The top tower.
Please don't second pick Meepo. No fucking kidding.
Beast of all worlds.
Your top tower has fallen.
Yeah, I don't know what. Fucking Chris Brown ruining games and women.
Indeed.
Who has the most deaths? Is this 0 and 10 or Shaker?
Certainly.
I have the least.
Your mid tower could talk.
Go Piper.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Run rampant.
Aw, that's my favorite tower.
All these are Thug soundtracks? What about You Shall Not Pass?
All paths. I'm under attack.
I don't know what I'm doing. Except dying.
Killing spree. We weren't finished. Dominate. Double kill. Mega kill. Double kill.
Alright, just end the fucking game already. Morning, Nicholas. You work 7 days a week, Tommy? What the fuck? Why would you do that? That doesn't even sound like a life. Living to work, huh?
I charge.
Nicholas just gone.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Meeple's back. I'm dead.
Unstoppable.
Uh-oh, cold embrace.
Double kill. Three, two, one, let's go. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Middle barracks are looking. Middle barracks is falling.
Shipyard, no rest. Shipyard, no rest. Well, that's fucking bullshit.
Your middle barracks is falling.
One world is much like
Oh, dude, but my greens! My greens! It was so green! Good thing it's unranked.
Your middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your mid tower could talk. It'd be
Fucking dead, Tinker, motherfucker. It's the last thing I do. Got him.
Your middle tower is under attack.
it's not time.
Fucking cunt. I'm gonna kill you too.
Monster killing spree.
No,
Courier has been killed.
no, no, no.
Dominate. Break the plant. The enemy's top tower is falling. Goodbye, sweet tower. You won't be missed.
Oh my god, he went in. Right back to feed.
Down your middle double kill.
I feel like that team that OG dived with Bristleback and Iowa.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. over here, we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Defend your Radiant! No! Radiant called in the fortification. Your Radiant is under attack.
GG. Uh-oh.
Radiant's under attack.
I was taunted, dude. How? How does that work?
Radiant ain't just nothing but rubble. Dire take it all the way.
Oh, wait, I don't want to play unranked. Alright. Oh, man, I'm still sleepy. Oh, God. Yeah, if I win this game, I should be Divine 5. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Ooh, okay, let's do this. These Q times are really fast. Especially as position 5. What kind of pizza do you have, Snail Poop? Thanks, Lulu. Watch PP versus Beastcast in Midas mode. Is there casting? Because I can't use casting. Look, we have a game ready. Look, we don't have a game already? I agree, Marion. Which is the bomb? Salami and hot peppers? That sounds also bomb.
You will hold them down, you knock them out.
Is it me or does it seem kind of unfair? We have like one immortal player who's ranked 893 and they have 2 immortal players who's ranked 300 and ranked 400. That doesn't seem fair at all.
What to do.
Divine 6, 4, 4, 5, 3, 6, 5.
Remember, the goal
This doesn't
is to
seem
have
fair.
fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
I stalk every fucking game. This is my... I think Bane and Shadow Shaman are good against Night Stalker. I get... Ether Lens and I shackle him. He thinks Scrimstroke is a good idea.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Should grab a pizza from Costco today. Oh, you know what's really good? Their cheese pizza is fantastic. Their 4 cheese pizza. They have the pepperoni and the Hawaiian pizza, but I just think it's not quite as good as the cheese pizza. Where's Chimkin?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Hey, Silencer, don't you want to be 4? This guy's close to Immortal, huh? Okay.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
So where would tree go? Tree top? Okay, I guess I'll be top. Snail poop, do you know how old Tina is? She's basically like 80, almost 90 years old in human age.
Okay, we get first blood. First blood top.
Yeah, let's do it.
Fortune and glory await.
Bro, you need regen, man. You can't go to sentry boots. That's why I gave you a sentry.
Shades, guide me.
This one is
I can run back to Fountain real quick, you know?
Hey, go.
That one,
Sure.
they are all in the bag.
I can't get bottom right, so I'm trying to get both top.
This one is in the bag.
I played the silencer
Fight the
before.
Shadow Shaman. Shit. Okay, go on them, go on them.
Tree's
Go on them.
definitely there. Just be careful.
As the shades direct.
There we go.
Let's wrap around. Make sure we get both.
I see lots of good digging spots out there.
I'm coming back for the run, yes.
Oh, I think tree might be top. Tree might be bottom because I see Rubik here.
Yes.
Tree is bottom. It's a position 5 tree Rubik here.
Okay.
Spirit, move.
Usually it's Rubik
One
force.
for me.
Silencer, are you staying top?
Attack.
Yeah.
You might be here.
Okay.
Trees. Just here, click this one. You might be here.
Care.
Just remember, you got a job to do. Hear me.
I got boots.
I speak for the shades.
In a tree spot.
Okay.
Granted.
Let's spin on them. Just stay in the trees here.
As you wish.
Hey, maybe I can gank again real quick. I can run at this Rubik. I'm gonna run at Rubik.
Your time.
Spin on him.
Nice.
Rank 300 Rubik boys.
Oh yeah.
We got him.
I accept. Close.
I'm gonna see if I can snipe Courier real quick and then I'll go bottom. Yeah, I think getting 2 kills is really good.
As it please you. The spirit moves me. As you wish. Radiant's courier is dead.
Very nice. Very nice.
Thanks.
Good shit.
Oh, I don't have mana for my E. Oh, buddy. No, I never had mana. I was just diving tower for Courier.
So say the spirits. Of course.
Hey Timber, are you sure you need me bottom?
No, I don't. These guys are really bad.
Okay, I'll just roam, I think.
I mean, you can come bottom if you want. We can maybe get a kill.
I think I'm pretty good roaming.
I'm just
Help
happy
me.
with you.
As the shades direct. As you wish.
Hey Viper, I'm really close to Lena.
Shades, guide me. I hear and obey.
Denied.
Strike.
You want to spin on this guy? Let's go spin on someone.
The spirit moves me.
She's dead. Nice.
Good work. That's a long distance for him to travel. We have to make sure Rubik gets no XP though. I'm gonna pull now.
I don't know if I stay here.
So say the spirits.
Can we protect this? Pull?
Block. Oh, she's. Oh shit. Oh fuck. She might have a word there. I'm not sure.
I learn life's mysteries.
Heal up, bro. They're gonna go on you.
I go.
Okay, I'm top now.
You are heard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine, but these guys are really, really bad.
Maybe. Oh shit, they see me.
I hear.
Go on,
I'm gonna grab the
You can
Rubik.
catch. You can catch.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Nice.
Nice.
Tree's top now. Let's start cutting trees.
Accept your guidance.
Fuck. God, I hate tree players.
I fucking hate a tree too. Such an annoying hero.
As the shades direct,
Alright, let's back up. Let's back up.
I hear.
Viper, you're chasing far, bro.
He's got it.
Nice work.
I accept your guidance.
5-minute runes are almost up.
Shades guide me.
Yeah, I'm coming. Tree's gonna go shit on you.
I think I'm
on
gonna
this
grab
one.
theirs.
Go on top one. I'm gonna threaten here so that they can't just leave.
Okay. No, I'm gonna grab ours. Yeah, I'm gonna grab ours and grab theirs.
Do it, do it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I can shrine here.
Fortune change.
Wait up, please.
Does it please you?
I can get both of them bought.
Nice.
Very nice. That's a lot of gold.
So say the spirit.
Are you even watching your top?
You know what? I could go position 4 here, dude. I have a ton of farm here.
Okay.
I can carry really hard.
That's fine. I've made a lot of impact
If
already.
you guys want to come by, we kill Ursa.
As the shades direct,
You need phase, bro.
I go.
I got chakra, I'm gonna kill this guy.
Dire structures are fortified.
As you wish.
Where is the tree? It must be around here. We wait for your spin and then we go.
So say the spirits.
Kill this Night Stalker.
I go.
Ooh, you don't need nobody.
Granted.
I mean, this Ursa's
Shit.
This Rubik's here too.
Can I get my axe soy?
Ah, fuck, man.
Now get worthy.
I got a
Beyond
pull.
the hill.
Check where sentries around here if you can. I want to stack this so you can spin on it.
The spirit moves me. Fire.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Nice.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Hey, 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 hey.
You guys want me to go, Holy Locket, we just push? Or...
The Ursa can still kill you, man. Even with Holy Locket. Get something to do with the Ursa, I think.
I get Atos or something.
Disarm or something.
I need to buy a TP scroll.
Help me. trees
Hey,
right
Sean, help me
here.
push this. Push this.
Yeah, I gotta buy a TP scroll real quick.
How's it feel?
Dominate!
Not yet.
Mega!
Damn! Treant TP bottom tier 2?
As the shades direct.
Got soul ring and 3.
Alright.
Let's kill a Night Stalker top when he TP's back in. There he is. Just go on it. Or yeah, I'll go on in.
You can try to do it.
Yo, I might.
Very nice. Very nice.
Killing spree!
Sorry, I had to secure the Luna kill. Okay, and she's angry. That was kind of good.
The Piot is real.
I accept
English
your
only. What the fuck? You see everyone else speaking English?
as you wish.
Oh man, I wanted some of those mana.
4 seconds.
I hear.
I don't have much mana, okay?
Fuck.
I go.
On my way top.
How's it please you?
To win.
I can salve you. You want to salve?
To win.
It's fine. Let's try. Let's try.
Okay. I'm gonna buy mana boots here and you can have some more mana.
Okay.
You wanna drop your boots?
Yeah, I already did.
Of course.
Mid needs help. I don't have TP.
Let me.
Let's push here. Let's pressure.
Hey, these 10-minute runes are almost up?
Let's Ursa.
Yeah, let's do it.
Or, yeah,
He's gonna be here in a sec.
yeah. I'm gonna
Vader Gypsy, thanks for subscribing.
Just hide. Probably resolve those. Just play it smart.
I'm gonna grab this rune before ganking Ursa. Alright, I'm running towards him.
Direct.
Get runes, get runes. Ah shit, they took.
I'm gonna be over here.
Divine form for you. Be
He has his ult. Be careful, Sean.
Tower's under attack!
I go.
Oh my god, that fucking last second armor? Oh, I could have hexed. I'm so sad. Oh my god, this fucking Ursa!
Trees hitting your way.
Ranks fall on you. How's it please you?
Let's put wards on the tier 2.
Guy is putting up a barricade!
Hey, want me to come mid? We can take mid.
Radiant called in the
Just
fortification.
one farm.
Spirit move me. Shades guide me.
Can I get a few lane creeps, bro?
As you wish.
Let me just finish this Mayas.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
I
No,
hear
no
and
worries.
obey.
I'm almost there.
There's fine. I take this next wave out here. I want to do. I'm just gonna take the stacks. I'll take this.
Curses. I accept your guidance.
I need to buy more wards.
I'm gonna back. I don't feel good here. Trent is around us
No,
for
that's
sure.
fine. Yeah.
You are heard.
Roshan
Oh,
has
shit.
fallen to Radiant.
I'll take the spell tower.
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
He should have vision of this pit for him to do something like that.
Granted.
Yeah.
Take heed. I accept. Yes. Ah! Oh! I accept. The shades empower me.
Nice time.
I have a bunch top with Aegis too.
Of course.
Are we able to push mid? Like, I have this Arcane rune. It'd be nice if I could use serpent wards.
Yeah, pop it, pop it, pop it.
The
Okay.
spirit moves me.
They're all going on timber.
They're bot, they're bot.
The top tower is under attack.
Yeah, just pop the wards here. Let's do it. I'm coming to support. 4 bot, you got it.
Yeah, no, you're good. Actually, here, I'll kill this one.
I go.
Good job. Let's go top on this NS. I'm coming.
Alright, I'm gonna cut off Night Stalker like this.
I like these
Just take the
trouble.
tower, they TP, so.
I'm coming, Jug. Keep going, okay?
Take the tier 1. I'm coming. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
As you wish.
First a TP, so you're good there.
Fucking punish this bastard. Yes. Nice stuff.
Have mana boots. Have mana boots.
Shade, guide me.
So push this.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Just remember his egg is, so don't focus Ursa.
Ursa has Mask of Madness, but not Blink.
Top tower has fallen.
Hi, Yoja.
Please do.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
I have global. Care.
As you wish.
Ursa's coming. Get out. Can we get out?
Your mid tower could walk. It'd be pretty manageable.
Flawless Lina maybe? Can we back out?
We just back.
Let's get out.
Illusion.
Oh shit, they're chasing me. We can fight here.
Hey, can we shrine?
Can we
Just ban that idiot.
Can
He's just trying to advertise and trying to be pretending to be friendly and nonchalant. Nah, just ban.
Other side. It can wait.
I'm gonna grab bottom bounty runes.
Good idea.
Let's fight top, let's fight. They're gonna try to get these. I got Atos, we can fight. First doesn't have Vegas.
I don't have global. Let me scout here. Let's go.
No, you're good.
Treant is gonna be here.
Guide me.
Let's kill
Okay, let's
Steve.
kill tree. Let's kill tree. I don't have detection.
Go.
You're gonna have to chop a lot of trees. I don't have detection.
I accept.
Oh, the double Atos, boys.
Nice.
I think he was AFK too.
Yeah, it looked like it.
Guidance.
Alright, I know Ursa doesn't have Vegas.
They rewarded me here.
So say the spirit.
Yeah, let me get this
Let's
stack.
pop wards. Let's pop wards here.
Okay, I'm coming over.
Let me-
Okay, we have a fight.
I have detection.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Why is it protected? There's a catapult right here.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Your middle tower is under attack. Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Can't push. I don't think we push like her.
Yeah, it's back. They're all back, guys. Let's get out.
Yeah, let's get out then.
Go get.
Middle tower's under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
I accept. You are heard.
Just know what, Amya?
Strike.
Are we gonna be coherent now?
Of course we come. Of course. I hear.
Glimmer.
Yes. The spirit moves me.
There's an arcane rune here.
There might be another jungle right here, so just have them TV ready.
This thing lasts 30 seconds, right?
I accept your guidance.
I think they're all
We should
top.
grab the tier 2 mid.
As the shades direct.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So say the spirits.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Beat you like a drum.
I'll kill Sinus.
Tower needs some help.
Shades, guide me.
Ban that guy too. Thanks. It's not fucking Fortnite, dumb shit.
I'm out there.
We don't have timber saw, so I don't want to go too heavy.
I'll make my way over.
Okay, orange is there. Orange is here. Okay, let's be careful here. I don't really like it too much.
That's okay, we got healing ward. Just
Yeah, I put down my words now.
Yeah. Let the wards do the work. Let the wards do
hey,
the
let me
work.
tank, let me tank, let me tank.
Alright, 2 dead, let's get out. 2 dead, let's get out. Let's get out, guys.
Wicked sick.
Backdoor protection.
Double kill.
Yeah, we can't everybody be on top of the tower. Just let the wards do their work and stay back here, guys.
Shades, restore me to the world. You are heard.
Yeah, he's right.
That was a pretty nasty fight. 5 for 1.
Of course.
Got the time. Banny Rune's almost up.
As you wish. I accept your guidance.
That's my bad too. I probably should have gone up pipe first. Hoping good.
As the shades direct.
I'm coming. Hold on, I think you're dead.
Killing spree.
We should be getting runes here, guys.
Leave you.
Jack, can you get the top rune?
Fortunes change.
Let's go.
Your top tower is under attack.
That's nice.
I hear. I hear and obey. Granted.
Let's see.
Okay.
Shades, guide me.
Cats or dogs? I'm more of a dog kind of person.
Guys.
Killing spree.
Shadow.
God, I guess I should have hexed the. Yeah, if I had known he was there, I would have done that for sure. I really didn't. No, I'm too slow.
It's fine, boys. Just take more measured fights and then we're fine. I got the minus here.
Oh, so now we're gonna be racist and stupid, are we, Jung? See you later.
My spirit returns to flesh.
The only person that makes look bad is you. Just saying.
TP.
Person has Blink Basher, guys. And he's not
Okay.
looking to do Roche very soon.
I accept.
Hey, I almost pipe. Can I get this wave joke?
I go.
Should probably start awarding Roshan. I think most of it is like basically the same person, guys. I think that's my theory. I'm not sure though. I think I just saw a smoke over there.
Careful then, be careful.
Yeah, I think they might be rushing.
Yeah, I think
Oh, there's Ursa.
Lina stopped.
Your top tower is under attack.
I got pipe coming.
NS has Ags.
The spirit moves me.
I'm coming. Let's kill these guys.
Granted.
I'm cutting them off from behind. And catches Rubik.
Kill this guy.
I'm coming. I need intel, boys. Let me have some in.
Your mid tower.
Here we go.
It'd be pretty magic.
we go.
Easy. Hey, we can do Roshan with 2 of them dead. Can we do Roshan together, please? I can put down my wards as well. Oh my god! I got him! I got him! I got him! I got him!
Fucking kill him.
Let's go. Help them. Help them. Get on the Lina. Get on the Lina if you can. Take care. Go on the tree.
Beautiful to die.
Help the silencer.
Okay, 5 alive. Get out, guys. Get out. 5 alive.
I'm TPing over from mid tower. I'm coming. I'm almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there.
Oh, nice. Good job, guys. Good job. That's the damage. Good job.
Okay. Wow, we turned that around really well. Good job.
Pop the wards here if you get. Oh, pop the wards. Pop the
Okay. I'm gonna run top.
Trying to knock down your middle tower.
Okay, I need to heal real quick. Smoke's next.
Yeah, go ahead.
As the shades direct.
I don't want Rubik to take my.
Shades guide me.
God.
shit, huh?
God. Jesus, so annoying.
Don't do it.
I accept.
That fucking Ursa, dude. Wow, so smart. 25-minute runes are almost up. Someone grab the bottom ones, I'll grab top.
I'm heading bot. Sorry, bro.
Mine.
I hear and obey. Fortune's change.
I got a Lotus now.
I go.
That's good.
Walk your death. As you wish.
I have global, but it's nighttime. I don't really want to fight nighttime.
Yes.
Running bottom. Almost there.
Dude, these bashes, I don't understand.
1,000 gold.
I hear.
He has no ult though, you can kill him. Actually, just throw your snakes down on top.
I go.
I'm just gonna wait for Jug.
Again, he didn't ult. He ulted, so.
No detection.
I'll let her gun for you.
Oh boy.
I accept.
Oh boy, I'm fucking scared.
Granted.
He ulted, so let's just chill until NS ult is down.
Kinda bad. Dire structures are fortified.
Wait for NS ult, and I don't have vision there. Please be careful.
I can't really TP.
We can't fight into NS ult, guys. Just wait it out.
He's
He has
right.
pure vision everywhere.
Why do
We
I
have
get
one
the
dead
feeling
because NS is super powerful and this guy's dead. That's not a fight we can say.
I think Juggernaut couldn't be there either.
As the shades direct.
He just needs that I was dead. Shouldn't find a full
But he gives them perfect vision and they can take the perfect fight.
You are heard. As you wish.
Those kids are just spamming my they're just spamming my my Twitch.
Not just nighttime, he had the ulti on, which means he's flying and gets flying vision. That's the big problem, is he gets perfect vision of everyone.
It's okay guys, let's not talk about this anymore.
Yes.
Tree's really poor. Ursa wants to go mid, maybe?
Shades, guide me.
Invisibility.
I hear.
I can TV.
Strike.
The top tower
I'll
needs
come up.
You don't have stacks, okay.
I accept.
Yeah, he doesn't have his ult, so I think we're good.
Okay.
Try to get Lena and Rubik first. These two are annoying.
Yeah, Lina and Rubik, I agree.
As the shades direct.
There's Night Stalker.
I hear and obey.
Oh, this fucking Ursa kills me so fast. Two cores for true support. So far, so good.
His invis right here.
You guys don't have any more detection at all, so.
We need to make sure we get the next Roche. It's gonna maybe have an Aghanim.
Static return. You are heard.
Nice. Ah, he took the ward. Let's get runes, guys. Get runes, top and bot.
Okay.
I'll get bot.
Okay.
I go. As it please you. What you say.
Yeah, Ursa should be getting for me.
I'm getting Greaves, by the way. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I just think Greaves will be good on us.
Hey, Juggernaut, I think you should back.
Spirit movement.
Guys, we're not there. Get out.
Yeah, guys, get back. I'm not there.
Rested.
When was Roshan time?
Behold!
Shades, guide me. My ancestors.
God, man.
Me.
I doubt your kin will.
Thought they were all over here, but then they're actually over here as well.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Dire
Yeah,
structures
TV
are
15.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
I try to rush again. I don't know what's up.
We gotta check Roche. We can't let him have it again.
I think that's refresher shard on his max.
Hey, send your illusions in the jug.
Yeah.
They'd be pretty mad at you.
I don't think they're
Your
there.
job or something?
I'll come stand by it then.
I buy you on disc.
I go.
Anybody remember when it was God next?
Yes.
Yeah, put down some
I
words.
think we just camp rush for now. Go for it.
Yeah, I think we need Roche.
Accept your guidance.
Look, I know.
Especially I don't want them to get it either.
Haste.
Haste.
Give me something to do.
I hear.
That's
Okay,
cool.
careful.
As the shades
Global's down.
I hear and obey. As you wish.
Fucking piece of shit.
They got a tree all either though, so
Careful, night time.
hey, but let's kite this, Okay.
I go.
Got me.
What the fuck?
My wall.
fucking piece of shit Night Stalker, man.
So say the spirits.
Alright, take some cooldown. Hey, let's rush though. What's up?
Say, guide me.
Roshan's up. Hey Jug, maybe you can come.
Hey, take this now. They're all dead. I can TV back when I need to.
Night Stalker doesn't have his ult either, and it's day. See you later, DD. I might have to get Ghost Scepter, but the only thing is, with Ghost Scepter, I have to react quickly in time to use it.
Refresh or who? Me? I guess maybe. Or Shadow.
You let him move on over to your bottom tower. Oh,
Grab it fast. I'll
We
get
have
it.
two dead here.
your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, let's get out.
Take the refresh.
Thank you. Let's
Oh,
try
thanks,
out.
Lulu. 3900 Aegis. Oh, this is Timber Cell Shield.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Jug Shrine, Jug.
Hey, 35 mana runes are almost up. Looks like they're around top.
My work here is not yet done.
I can come with you, Viper.
You have 2 mid.
I hear an omen.
I'm coming top.
As the day transport not going anywhere.
Go on, this guy, go on, this guy.
I have nothing to stop it with.
It's alright.
I got Greaves, by the way. Push.
I might be able to pick off this Ursa real quick.
I'm going.
Yeah, I'm almost there. He might stay for those catapults.
You are first.
Let's go mid. We got catapults.
Okay.
I got Greaves too.
The spirit won't me.
He's got Viper shit. I got Cheese and Greaves. Let's go.
Play the healing ward down.
Cheese, Greaves, everything.
Yo, Shadow Shaman, here you go. Have a refresher. Pump these again.
Okay. I don't think I use it now.
Do it. Just do it. Fine. Just
Nah.
They wanna
think
fight.
mid's
They wanna
gone.
fight. Pop it. They fight. They fight. Pop it. Pop it. Pop it.
I hear an omen.
Yeah, pop the other set. Pop the other set.
Enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Holy fuck, this silencer is so rich.
Have TV right.
Alright,
TV out
so
there.
went
TV.
deep. Yeah, get out.
Oh,
bro.
Jug.
They're gonna chase you down. Night Stalker gonna run you
I
down.
think you.
Try
Oh,
to survive for your TV.
TP
no,
out.
Ursa's coming at you with Basher. You're probably dead.
What happened there? Shit. 2 buybacks, I guess. 2
I mean, I had
core
Cheese and
buybacks.
Greaves, but I got Furnace down.
I got bottom. It's okay.
My soul's light ends. I return.
Yeah,
Your bottom tower is under
Alright.
attack.
they might jump you. Ah, they don't have bosom trap.
Try to hold the catapults.
I find you.
Yeah, here we go, here we go.
Dyer's
Okay.
doing that glowy thing.
Okay.
Nothing to do until that's done. Your bottom tower is under attack.
We don't have buybacks, do we?
Your bottom tower just took a
Keep buyback, Joe.
up out of barracks need help.
Okay, let's just give up the one lane. Should be okay.
Yeah, we're fine. One lane is nothing.
You'll do something bad, you know what?
Man, I don't know, dude.
As long as we get next row.
For the next big fight, I can just use the refresher. Should be okay.
Yeah, just pop 2 of them.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, just take it easy. There's still 3 dead.
I accept your guidance.
Can we catch anything?
Jugs. I have detection.
Let's go.
Okay.
+2 is real.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go push out bot and get some.
Jade, guide me.
Okay.
Yeah, let's just pop double wards bot. We have
Okay.
double wards.
Sounds good.
Yeah, let's do it. Or just do it mid. Lead a bot back.
So you want to go through?
You wanna go through?
Yeah, let's do it. Lead a
I mean, I'm almost 18.
I mean, unless you don't want to. I mean, we can just get racks if we want. It's,
Okay, well, you guys decide where you want it, and I'll just.
I think bot
let's just take bot.
might be easier.
Okay.
We need brown. We need brown. We don't have brown.
Hey, Jug, what do you do?
Dominating.
I am not yet worthy to
He ulted. He used no ult. He OBKB. He used both.
spirit moves me.
He doesn't have anything. Ult Ursa.
As you wish.
Yeah.
Hey,
Zenith dead too.
I still have refresher. I can. Can we throne? I'm coming. Timber, Timber, maybe you should buy back.
I'm coming. Yeah. Let's do it. Just go through.
Lina Ursa. Yeah, it's gonna be Lina Ursa for a bit. I'm almost there. I'm running.
Fine. I'm coming.
Kill the Earth and finish the game.
Yeah, yeah, we got this.
Let's go throne. Go throne,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Go throne. Go throne. Go throne.
Just refresher. Just refresh.
Yeah, yeah. Go on throne.
Out of barracks just from the die. That's the power of elbow grease. Yeah, little tower has fallen. Bit of murder. Radiant structures.
Yo, man, I don't have money for dagger, dude. I've never had money for dagger. Not worried about the Ursa. I'm more worried about the Night Stalker, which is why I want you on disc. Good job, guys. No toxicity, except for this Viper. Hey, Divine 5! It's a joke, man. You're a fucking Viper, bro. Oh yeah, Divine 5!
And his name is John.
What a nice team. Divine 5, motherfuckers. So I guess maybe I'm around 10% or something in the next one. I think so, Nicholas. Yeah, I ran around killing shit. May the green be with me. So glad my video card didn't die. My video card is like $1,000 US. I did not want to replace that, dude. Ignore this and this. So green. No, Vinit. I have the green and the blue. You want to see? Watch this. Oh Oh yeah. You guys can't see shit. I actually got this this bracelet that Lulu made me. It's green and blue. Welcome guys, welcome. Welcome to the stream. And we've got a new game, probably hard support again. Easy plus shards. Hey Lulu, can you change the stream title to Divine 5? It says Divine 4! What? No! No!
Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and the
Wait, everyone's ancients. Ugh.
5 seconds left.
Fuck. Lulu is not the girlfriend. Immortal in 3 days? Yeah, something like that. Ah!
Now, you know what to do.
Alright, see Night Stalker, I pick Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Come on, Metal, update, you fuck. Update, you fuck. Update. Update, update. When was the last time I lost playing versus Night Stalker? I have no idea.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Hi Jason, hi Dan, hi Risky. Viewers have spiked. Is it because I put Immortal in the title? Alright, Sazzy. Just playing some Divine 5 Dota with these ancients. How many ancients are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ancients?
This is where you win or lose.
250? That makes me happy, man. Oh. Viewers in the 100s makes me feel bad, honestly. Viewers below 100 makes me want to quit. It takes a while for Metal to update, Varun.
2 tangos, please. Could I get a word too? That'd be fucking dope. Well, thank you so much.
What a fucking polite guy. I think he's Canadian. I'm the only Dota streamer you watch, Sazzy. You never watched Bulldog? He's really funny. Jason, glad you're learning lots. Yeah, Epic King, I don't really play with people. Unless you've been here for a very long time and have like, 500 hours of watch time. Then I might consider it.
Where are my items?
Prepare for battle.
No, I mean like my my cosmetics. Didn't load in for me. I'm the default model.
What the? There's a report player? Hey, I'm gonna come top and maybe we can get first blood.
I hear.
Yeah, pause 5 Nature's Prophet's fucking bad, right? I think. Like a really greedy, like a super greedy support duo.
Good.
Varun, do you have 500 hours of watch time? Is this the default set? Oh, wait a minute.
Wait for shaman, hey?
Hey, you know what? My cosmetics are gone too.
Wait, so are mine. Wait, what? Wait, I just know this. What the fuck?
What?
Dude.
I'm actually gonna abandon right now.
That's it. I'm throwing. I'm feeding.
Yeah, no. Let's see who throws first.
30 seconds to battle.
Are y'all triple feeding top? I don't blame you. Fuck this.
Yeah, I know. I can't even.
I don't know if I'm going for my room down here, so.
The only reason I play is
Oh.
because I
Help me kill somebody.
You think it saw me? It saw you.
Wait, what?
Yo, get him!
Die there.
Go, Slaughter. Bash
I
him.
always wanted to see
Bash
an
him.
ancient fall.
Yo, I can shackle again. I can shackle again. Keep going. Keep going. Got him.
You guys.
Easiest first blood of my lifetime. I'm gonna run at this drow. TP motherfucker.
Top.
She going down to the bottom?
Drow mid? No. What's she doing?
Is she coming to land against me? It's
No, she was getting zoned out. So.
She's scared. Yeah, she TP'd shit.
Yo, Mike, I got a boy coming down here.
Hey, Lifesteal, I'll join you bottom after I snipe this career mid if I can. That play just now. Hi, Johnny.
He cold snapped me, so I missed the last. I'm mad.
It's gonna push. Can we let it push out?
This Queen of Pain's got to use career at some point to get magic stick. I know it. I'm feeling it. Can't even taunt. Might as well use clarity while we're waiting.
Keep letting it push.
She's got to use courier sometime. You're doing just fine, bro. You're doing just fine. Just use courier, get some regen. Any moment now, this Queen of Pain will use courier. She's dying. How could she just not use it?
I didn't get my Q off.
Uh-oh.
Can you like stop this shit? Like I'm getting kind of annoyed, honestly.
Alright, I'm coming down. I'm coming down.
Smoke weed every day.
How could she not use the courier?
Haste.
Holy fuck, she's not using courier.
Can you stop memeing? You just say come to lane.
I'm not memeing, man.
Could I kill these guys?
I can't believe she doesn't buy magic stick against Zeus right now. That's ridiculous.
Sympathies.
Yes.
Dude, I have no time.
I'm gonna try to side pull Sarda.
I have sentry.
Yeah.
Look, the enemy's attacking the middle tower.
Nice kill. Can't believe she didn't use courier, man. I just can't believe it.
Just whatever.
I bet she's using it now.
Yeah, I bet she is. Well, she didn't get all those wand
For
charges.
like 5 minutes, they knew you're up to something.
Careful, Sarda.
Alright.
I trust the final ill.
The material played does truly matter.
Okay, let's buy these items. She still hasn't bought Juan yet.
Bottom rune. Hey.
What the fuck is wrong with Queen of Pain?
As you wish. I go.
Oh, Zeus.
Oh, I'm probably dead. Oh, she's got a ward.
Where?
An Invoker was right here too?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, this Night Stalker's just getting a free lane, so
Invis rune bot. It's alright. I mean, it's gonna be fine. I'll come back.
As it please you.
5 minute runes are almost up.
As the
Can you
shade
push the lane though?
Grab top runes. I'll try to grab bottom.
accept your guidance.
No, I'd like to grab runes. Take it easy.
I can't lane anyways. He's gonna have me nighttime right away, so lane's
Let's see what we can do about your laning situation.
Fortunes change.
Gotta get the rune slider.
Guys, walk at me.
Oh!
I accept.
Hey, maybe we should give Lifestealer a little bit more help.
Shades, guide me.
I don't know. This game is so fucked. I'm jungling.
You're gonna be just fine, bud. Sometimes you win lane, sometimes you lose.
No, I'm not gonna be fine. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Killing spree!
As you wish. Of course. I accept your guidance. I hear and obey.
Okay.
Do you want me to come bottom?
I hear.
The answer is a solid maybe.
Yes.
I have TP. Oh, Invoker stop. Invoker stop. Wait, oh, Invoker stop.
So say
Oh, never mind. She's back mid.
granted. As the shades direct.
Jarl's just jungling, I think.
See you later, Night Stalker.
You are heard.
He popped his ult for nothing. Did you beat it?
The spirit moves me.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad.
Yes. Yes. Shades, guide me. As it please you.
Hey, Lifestealer, I think if you keep a TP on you, Night Stalker can't really kill you. And you can farm bottom.
Granted.
Hey, maybe we can kill this Invoker in a sec.
Quap is diving really far.
Guidance.
Holy fuck. I'm out of here.
Can we run at him?
Oh, look at that. Look at that dive mid. 3 people.
Job or something?
What a bunch of tards.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Good kill, good kill.
Alright, mid tower's gone. Try and push top. They got 4 mid.
Stretches are fortified. Dire's putting up a barricade.
I don't know. I cannot believe I did not die. 3-man ganked
Your
me, but
middle
I
tower's
juked him.
under attack.
I go.
Yeah, I'm too low for this shit. Hi, Danny.
Your middle tower has fallen.
So the sound effects bot is not working. I don't even see you guys putting any commands and then assuming that it doesn't work.
Okay, let me die. Run if you can.
Out of mana.
Interesting. Oh yeah, it doesn't work because I never turned it on when I restarted the computer.
So say the spirits. As the shades direct. I hear and obey. I hear. The spirit moves me.
coming.
Hey,
top,
keep
Slider.
keep killing, keep killing.
Keep going.
Now you dwell in the deep.
You are heard.
There you go.
Fine omen.
Hey, 10-minute bounty runes are almost up. Maybe we can kill this invoker if he shows himself. Oh fuck, Night Stalker's here. The fun police is here, and they see me. I think basically dead.
Ancestors, I return.
I think they have a ward somewhere above the tier 1 tower. Hey, Zeus just grabbed the rune. Good kill.
I hear and obey.
There's an observatory.
Lifestealer, are you able to grab the bottom bounty runes?
No, there's a co-op there.
Okay.
Yes. Shades, guide me.
There's co-op in my jungle now.
Okay.
As the shades direct.
She has double damage. She's not screwing around.
I go. Coming for
I'm coming if we can get her stunned.
muted. Be bound.
Oh man.
Kill my creeps.
I'm not sure it would have made a difference.
Your top tower
Hey, yellow. Come in.
fine, whatever.
probably stop.
Yeah, no, your infest is 150 damage.
Accept your guidance.
That's alright, that's alright.
Your top tower
Do you think this jungle is warded, Darkstealer?
called in the
I don't know. I don't care. I'm just gonna farm.
I don't know. I
Okay.
don't care.
What an attitude.
Yes.
Can you
Granted.
can you check your ward?
You are heard.
Hey, Quap's kind of low. She doesn't have that much health.
I hear.
It's hard to catch her.
Yeah.
Shades, guide me.
I need levels.
I hear and obey. I go.
You know, Lulu, this person may not have been specifically talking about my stream. Maybe that they're just talking about themselves. But I could be wrong.
I accept.
Thanks, Hodifaz.
Of course.
Oh, okay. And you're right. You sound like you're right. Pretty sure Night Stalker has his ultimate.
Direct.
Dominate.
Fuck.
So say
I'm getting towered over.
Yeah, I think you're gonna be
Kill
okay.
Sky.
He's gonna run into the trees though. He's... Oh shit.
as you wish.
Oh. Hello.
Ah,
Can I get this farm? I have my measure.
Queen of Pain doesn't have Sonic
I
Wave.
hear and obey.
Yeah, she burned it on.
Into the
Oh shit.
black sea.
As the shades direct.
Infinity.
I accept your guidance. For the ancestors.
You know, our high ground defense is pretty good, so as long as we don't play too aggressively in the early mid, we might be okay late.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
they
we
take
win
buildings
late.
so
I think we
fast,
win
right?
late.
We just can't all like die without buybacks and shit.
You are heard.
They just melt towers. and
In
stuff.
fact, our high ground defense is excellent.
As it please you. Of course. Yes. I
I
accept.
think Slaughter and I should make a smoke play. I don't know, they're all together though, so.
Shades, guide me.
She might jump me. Hold on, let me stand back.
Yeah, I'm waiting.
Zeus, do you know if they have any vision in this area?
I'll I'll check 1 sec.
Okay.
Nope, looks good.
It's warded here.
Oh.
The spirit moves me.
Hmm.
The spirit moves me.
Hey, Slaughter.
She's getting awfully close.
Oh. Hmm.
We really need blink on Slaughter.
Hey, 15 minute runes are almost up.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Maybe fortified the structures. Pretty good move. If you ask me. Ooh, your
Queen of Pain has
bottom
Yules
tower
now.
is Kinda bad. Dire structures are fortified.
Accept your guidance.
So we might be able to kill the Queen of Pain here if she goes for this rune.
Your bottom tower's gone.
Nighttime, guys.
You can grab the rune, Zeus, probably. But you gotta run real quick.
I like a good bauble.
Yeah.
A fitting bounty.
Of course.
I got full mana in an Envy's rune.
Here's yours.
Can we kill this Queen? Queen of Pain, Queen of Pain! Nice job.
Nice.
Oh man, I got 2 levels from that.
I hear and obey.
That's
I think I can save you.
Running away.
But what the fuck, man?
Alright.
We need Zeus to D-ward, man. Can you just buy Clarities and D-ward?
I accept your guidance. So say the spirit.
Where do they have wards?
Granted. The spirit
There
moves
too,
me.
apparently.
Hi, Silvio.
Yeah, I can try, but it's just pretty dangerous to be playing bot, period.
Oh,
I hear and obey.
we're coming to you, Night Stalk or Lightstealer. I think she has Sonic Wave though. Really dangerous.
I'm coming.
Jade, guide me.
Killing spree.
Oh god, we're going. Oh shit.
I go. I hear.
I'm gonna go behind this tower. Maybe I can catch the Quap. Just pay attention, thanks. Oh, she's in that corner.
As the shade direct.
Oh, nice. Kills.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Can we take top tower real quick? I'm gonna put down my wards.
I'm being dove under our tier 3.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I think he's gone.
Thanks for the TP scare. Yeah, nice.
Jade, guide me.
Hey.
Alright, nice
gotta be
boys.
stopped
This is how it's done. I'm halfway to Axe now.
Hey, Veno. Oh, never mind.
I hear and
So-
obey.
Okay, let's do. We can try.
Sorry, I
Move me.
I got blink.
Yo, I gotta get out, man. You should get out too if you can.
either guys.
Amateur.
My spirit with I go.
Everyone hates Night Stalker, dude.
Yep.
Come on, line up for his tornado. Hey, Zeus can catch him.
Your top tower is
Zeus.
killing
Nice.
spree.
There's a Night Stalker here. I can catch this Night Stalker. I can catch him. Nice.
Double kill. Gotta do something about it and just sit there looking at top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
It's in 45.
Of course.
I really hope they don't TP here.
As the shades direct,
Your top tower needs some help.
I accept.
Oh boy. I'm so
I
scared.
accept your guidance.
Hey Slaughter, maybe we can get this rune together.
You are heard.
Queen Pain's gonna be here.
Let me bottle this.
Nice job.
Alright, Ag's on the way, boys. Ag's on the way.
I didn't mean to do that.
Do what? Grab that. Maybe I'll grab the haste. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Fine, just fine.
Where's that ward?
I'm done. Just leave me. I did.
Maybe Drow could just...
Yeah, you're gonna need a Quelling Blade, I'm pretty sure.
Or staffs?
Alright, Nimbus ready.
Oh, you got it. I'm not using Smurf. This is my main account.
We want to defend mid.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Top's coming.
I have seen the other side. It can wait.
Too late for mid.
Got one lady old tower now.
Yo, kill these guys. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them.
Double kill. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Hey, let's do Roshan right now, please. Can we do Roshan? No, go Roshan. Go Roshan. Slaughter.
Go get the champ.
Okay, fine, go. I'll
Just go. Okay.
I hear.
The tower has been denied. That's the worst thing that could have happened to it.
Good job.
Falling to the radiant.
We don't want to take a team fight, but a pick off would be great. Just a pick off. Zeus doesn't have Nimbus for. I don't think we dive this tower, guys. No,
Until you get this region.
nah, I'm pretty sure you back. Yeah, you got it back, dude.
Just take top. We have vision here.
You're right, push top, wait for courier, me and Lifestealer got items coming.
Okay.
I accept. Shades, guide me.
I'm so scared to be here, dude.
Might have to get ready to stop bot though. Night Stalker's pushing in.
I can. Oh, I don't have TP. I gotta run and get TP. We have Rad on Lifestealer.
Depends. I mean, if they don't want to fight, I'll go because I can fight globally anyways.
So
As long as you don't die. You died in Lightstalker.
I have Yule, so I should be fine.
It's just going to be KB.
they're still stronger than us, so we can't get overconfident here.
I don't know about that.
Like if he backs off right now, we can take top, I think.
Oh, he's not gonna back, so somebody's gonna have to go.
You are heard.
Okay, looks like he TP to either. What the fuck? Oh my god, I hope I don't die, dude. The fuck happened to my internet?
What?
Whoa, what the? Everyone disconnected.
Kicked me.
What in God's name?
I mean,
Oh, there better be something important going on.
It's good because like I was so scared to die.
Can you fucker just let me get my radiance and like we'll play the game? Thank you.
I accept your guidance.
That sucks.
All the items I had queued up, it's gone.
I hear and obey.
So we want a glimmer. Wand. This.
Why don't we need this? We should get a smoke. Be a lot easier to make a play with this.
I got it.
As the shade
Oh, dope,
directs.
dope. Alright, let me get this wave mid and I'll come back.
Okay.
Granted.
I think someone shove out top.
It's a word mid.
Let me get rad, fuck. God fucking damn you, man. I'm so fucking mad. Stop this shit, please.
Hey, bro.
Let him get
this
his
is a computer
radiance.
game. Calm down.
My shade sent me strength.
Okay.
Alright, let's go, let's go.
Okay, I have rad, I fucking invest in 5 seconds.
Okay.
Go fucking fight.
Get inside
Even
stutter.
fast or fucking infest. That's the new ags up there.
Alrighty, kill them all.
Come and then you infest them.
Kill this bitch.
Good job.
Alright, push mid. Boys.
Yo, did Night Stalker just use his ult?
Ground.
Yeah.
Hey, let's get these bounty runes. How about we go like this?
Oh, they're coming from the top.
Back off, just back off. I think we can get these 2 bounty runes and we can get bottom. We don't have we can't go high ground right now anyways. Okay. We can't go high ground, I think.
We can go mid. We can go mid.
Do you have a
Losers will
tree?
push spot. Stay mid. My losers will push spot.
Okay. We're running over. I'm kind of far.
I have Aegis. Yo, Slaughter, hit this guy. Slaughter, hit Night Stalker. Keep hitting him. Don't be so fucking scared. I know you're like almost dead, but don't matter. Just hit him.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I still got wards.
They bought back.
Alright, high ground time.
It's only the 2 supports dead though.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
As you wish.
They use Sonic Wave though, right? We still have Aegis. So who gives a fuck?
Nice, putting up a
You got Orchid?
As the shade directs.
I'm fine, I got kicked.
Granted. I go. Transmuted.
Kills guy.
I hear and obey.
Yo, Deuce.
Coming.
radiant structures are fortified.
What the fuck?
Double kill.
She runs at us like that. We bolt her and she dies. She's very squishy.
I really didn't think that we should go high ground. You see, you know, I said it,
True,
right?
man. Been out of range. Didn't have Aether Lens yet.
I mean, we took down half the tier 3 tower, but that was the cost of a wipe and the Aegis. I just don't think it was worth. Hi, the Raj.
We got 2 buybacks. Just kill our supports. Try that
Did we
out.
get 2? What? Who bought back? Who? 29.56 early Roshan, thanks. Wait, is that right? That doesn't seem right.
The shades restore me to the world.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh my god.
Yo, I gotta come cast spells, man.
Oh,
Double kill.
I got eggs ulti on them.
Nice, good job, good job.
wow.
Killing spree.
Yes.
Triple kill. You better
Okay, Lulu. Okay.
tower.
Sound like you know what you're talking about. Do they have an orchid?
Ooh, your bottom
Yeah,
tower.
fuck this.
Okay. You know, I'm a little concerned about your Mantis style because Night Stalker just has his crippling fear.
I mean, I don't care about him. He's not the one that's like silencing me. It's Drow and it's the Orchid. Night Stalker's just running at Zeus. He's not running at me. I don't care about that hero.
Okay. It's unconventional, but BKB might be a good idea too.
Actually, you know what? I kind of like that too. I think I'm gonna do that instead.
Yeah, I think you need BKB.
How's it please you?
30-minute runes are almost up. It'll be daytime.
Zeus to D-ward. I think they have some vision over here somewhere.
Yo, leave up your peer for me to minus.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Yo, like there's 3 Moster. Like we can take this fight if enough people come.
Yeah, go, 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 go.
Shrine is under attack.
Oh, I didn't get my Q off. Oh my god. Yo, shrine, get back to shrine. Oh, they killed it. You denied the shrine.
Oh, did I? Did I get us money? Is that how it works? Did I get us money?
I guess, but we needed that shrine.
I hear.
I don't have to build now.
Money. I think it's just a glitch.
Yeah, it makes more sense if we don't get money. So, there's a small chance that Roshan's up again.
I hear and obey.
Real Quap is mid. That one bottom's fake.
Shale, guide me. Granted. As the change direct.
Yeah, Roshan's actually up.
I accept.
What's BKB?
It's a drop.
Bob just used her blink.
Okay, okay. Just back it off a bit. Wait for Night Stalker to end, and then we can do Roshan.
As you wish.
Yeah. How long is that spell last for?
30 seconds.
Somewhere here.
Accept your guidance.
Hit by the MP ult.
Shaman, can you, is there any chance you can get a blink?
Yes, after my glimmer. Wait, Night Stalker's ult still active. Just wait. Okay, now we're good. I think we can do this now.
Do we care? Do we care if they know?
I don't think we care.
No, we win a fight if they try and take it.
Just get ready to pick up the thing.
I'm trying to tank this shit, man. I'm fucking dying.
Grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it, grab it!
I got cheese.
Saw me with a BKB. Club saw me with a BKB.
Okay.
She's ulti. She's eggs ulti. Oh, it's this.
Yeah. Nice.
Hey, Veno, can you run up this drow?
Nice.
Drow's greedy as fuck.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Push up.
No, too far, Slaughter. Too far, too far, too far. Oh shit, dude. Zeus, Nimbus, Nimbus! Holy shit. Holy shit. Yo, I... Oh my god, you're gonna get away, man. What?
No way.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What a play.
What a player.
Wow, dude. What a fucking gangster, dude.
Yo, where's the boys?
Pink is so bad. I'm top, guys, by the way.
Let's go top.
Okay. Yeah, let's go top then.
Let's get that there.
Guide me.
Getting nullifier. Nice stalker.
I want to get this first. I think this is really good against Drow. And Night Stalker, and like, watch out all the heroes real quick.
Hey Zeus, you gotta leave bottom soon, okay? Holy shit, he's got caught. So, okay. Yeah, we have to push top then.
Why has he got a rod of fucking Atos? I thought I was home.
Support, man.
Dire structures are fortified.
I have eggs, ulti. They killed us so fast.
We got the 4-5 at least.
Okay, let's...
Get out.
I'm gonna get the top 30... Oh shit.
Oh, I'm dead.
You're dead, you're dead. See you later. Yeah.
Guide me.
Hey, never mind. 35 minutes is kind of far.
2 seconds to glimmer.
Yes.
Yo, I think we can... I think Quap's like busy trying to kill what's his face.
As you wish.
I'm up
He
in
doesn't
about
know.
40.
He's not paying attention.
My master. A soldier's fortune.
Getting a butterfly.
You are heard. As the shades direct. Yes,
Need to put down some words.
as it please you. My prayers are answered. I accept your guidance.
Your top shrine is under
Can you dispel the nullifier? Like, should I buy a Lotus?
I think you can. Yeah, you can do it.
Of course.
Your top shrine has fallen.
I hear and obey.
Hey Slaughter, come kill...
So say the spirit.
Maybe not.
Where's another trying?
Just
We
I
have-
can invest in you.
We have
I
Nimbus.
accept your guidance.
Maybe this Invoker V goes too far.
You are heard.
Is it DD?
Oh shit, shit.
Back.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
just
not
give
playing.
it.
I got halberds.
Just wait it out, wait it out.
Yeah, I think we just waited it.
I think I'm going to. What do you mean?
The fuck?
Oh, after this go in, after this go in. I fucking... What? I rage but still got silenced?
That doesn't make sense.
I rage but like...
Yeah, she just does double damage.
It's fine.
I fucking...
Smoke, big smoke.
Lose me. Granted. I accept.
Yeah, we can smoke.
God damn it, man.
So say the spirits.
Just go on the fucking wall.
She might be there for a few more seconds.
I don't care. Alright, go middle.
I'm
Force it
gonna
back.
keep bot pushed.
Okay, Zeus.
Zeus can deal with split push, right?
Yeah.
I hear.
Hey Slaughter, I'm watching you. And I'm still smoked.
The spirit moves me. I accept accept your guidance. I hear and obey.
Invoker?
Just get-
Oh man. Never mind. Kill Drow.
She BKB, she BKB, BKB.
Night Stalker's not even here. What the fuck?
Yo, go back in, Slaughter, I'm back in.
I'm TPing in. We can fight, we can fight.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Oh god. Hey, rage TP, rage TP. Holy shit!
Nice.
What? You died?
Oh,
What the
sunset.
fuck? Oh shit. Oh,
We got the job.
oh no! I think you can use him and run. Oh, you're dead.
Yo, if there's any way you can kill Drow, she's gonna bye-bye. You're probably dead. Oh, you're fast as fuck actually, you're gone. Oh my god, you're
Holy fuck,
fucking
you're so fast. You run faster than Night Stalker at nighttime. Nice try.
Alright, that's fine. We got Drow buyback. We killed Drow, we end.
Hey,
And Quap died twice. Quap died twice, so she's not buyback either, probably.
Stalker's bash now, be careful.
I really want these runes.
Direct.
Slaughter? Maybe? Hey, come here. I think they're...
Granted. Take that. I'll summon fire.
Just let him go on the Drow, we can kill her, man.
The snakes. Stay by the snakes. I don't have mana.
Keep going, Slaughter. Keep going.
Go on, yo, if you catch.
Mega kill!
Yo, she didn't buy.
Die back on Drow.
Slaughter, I think you can catch him.
I got BKB, I'm fine. I got BKB.
Get Night Stalker maybe? Bop is up by the way. Oh, there she is.
I fucked up.
I can glimmer you. Maybe. Never mind. I think you're good, I guess.
Get him out of there. Okay. I'll be up
I fucked
soon.
up.
I didn't have to use buyback.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. We have Zeus up, 70 seconds, no Drow. We run up there and they'll try to fight us and defend.
I need mana really bad, guys. Just stall for.
Yeah, go back. Don't fight right yet. Just wait. Go get mana. Go get our shit. We can go in and fight again.
Oops.
Give it a smoke.
Hey, I think we can make a Roshan play.
The Roshan's down still.
I accept your guidance.
It might be up though.
Oh, it's early? Oh, if it's early, yeah, it might be, I guess, but... if it's down, I think I farm mid, you guys smoke, and like look for a pick, I'll try to bait you.
Dude, it's up.
Oh,
There's a
it's up.
ward here. They didn't see you, Lifestealer. The ward didn't see you.
I accept.
They know now.
I don't care if they know, whatever, they don't have to go. I can Aegis, cheese to Zeus.
I'm not ready. Granted.
Hey, Zeus, grab the arcane rune.
I will after I grab the cheese.
And refresher to who? Refresher to Zeus as well?
Fresh
Yeah.
shaman
And an arcane.
or me.
I can refresher on Zeus. He's gonna fucking know.
Yeah, I think Refresher and Zeus sounds pretty good.
This is pretty OP.
Okay, let's go. Let's end the fucking game, boys.
I have Lotus, boys.
Hey, I think we get shrines. No, I don't think we just run down high ground. We can take it easy. Just a little bit. Just take the
Really
shrines.
strong. I have an arcane. This is where we.
That is also true. Okay. If you guys want to do this.
Like, he owns.
Doing that Chloe thing. Yeah, I can do it till that's done. Hey, your bottom barracks need help. The enemy's middle barracks
He's hella deep.
Oh, well, you can't dive like that, probably.
Oh, God. I'm dead, boys. We lost.
What the fuck? My teammates.
Your bottom barracks are under attack! Unstoppable!
I don't know what to say, man.
Man, like, why, guys? Hit the buildings. Didn't even get the
That-
fucking racks.
That was very interesting.
so bad.
You guys' dicks is too big. Oh, Zeus is 25. We're probably gonna have to give out one set of Rex. You have 3 Nimbus? Oh shit. Yeah, so we might have to give up. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Night Stalker's still pretty far. Okay, so he's the biggest threat. Zeus can stay back and just nuke these waves. I think maybe we just give out one set of Rex or something.
Oh, I think you just nick the waves. 4 staffs, right? Like, glimmer capes and stuff.
As long as you save for me, we'll be okay.
Yeah, I have a glimmer for you.
Glimmers, do we 4 staffs? We got 1 on Vino. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. Lotus, yeah.
Stay here and obey.
They're just gonna get the ruins and that's fine. Oh no, they're still here.
Pushing.
Keep nuking Zeus.
Strange is fine.
You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong. Oh, you are ashamed
Yeah,
of
if they
yourself.
just get 2 ranges, it's no big deal.
Ah, man, my team,
Honestly,
dude. I'm
the
so
side lanes
disappointed in
are
them.
kind of irrelevant for both teams.
The spirit moves me.
D-Ward.
As you wish. Yes. Shades, guide me.
Nah, I want BKB. I'm tired of this Night Stalker.
They're
Oh,
right
they're pacing mid.
across the river.
I watched a bunch of dumbos wander around doing nothing.
As the shades direct. I accept your guidance.
Care. It could be smoked or something.
I hear. Yes.
Run! Venomancer's dead. I'm dead too, and that's okay. Yeah, as long as the cores don't die, maybe we're okay. Yeah, Zeus still has double refresher, so. So Slaughter, you need to keep the Zeus alive, I think, and let's see if I can hopefully.
Just kind of stand by me.
They can kill us.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Hey Slaughter, you need to put down this ward. Like we can't let the Night Stalker. Night Stalker cannot run at the lifestealer. Okay.
Your top barracks ain't nothing no more. Hey, your bottom barracks
Group up, play around bot.
Holy fuck.
He popped crippling cure. That's good.
Your middle barracks is falling.
Okay, Shadow's up in 16. We're gonna be okay.
Alright, Zeus, pop everything you have to. Yo, Slaughter's got some people. Slaughter can blink in 5. So let Zeus split push and maybe you guys can run down mid or something.
Zeus defend
Definitely
Megas,
run
you
it
know?
down mid. I can defend just fine.
You need to give Lifestealer some mana, Venmancer. Might just buy Boots of Travel. I don't know. We'll see.
Ecstatic return! Dire's structures are fortified.
40, okay.
I got it back.
Not if Invoker buys back, then maybe we back.
Nice suckers up.
The enemy's middle barracks is
I don't think we have much of a choice, guys.
If we back, we lose, right? Like, I think we just have to go.
That's what I think.
I accept.
Back a little bit. Wait for Nature's Prophet might die here. Never mind.
I forced the BKB on Prophet.
As you wish.
Can't back up, guys. Yeah, keep going. Just gotta go in.
Go.
Nice.
Good. That's good. Wait it out.
Wait for the creeps. Wait for the creeps.
Wait for rage.
Wait for creeps. Wait for creeps.
The bones are thrown.
Hey, let's see. Do we have Infest?
Yes. I go.
Wait, this is Catapult Wave.
Shades, guide me.
They got first one.
Where am I, dude? Oh, I'm dead.
Chris, nice.
Oh, we lost.
killing spree!
Overconfidence kills again.
Roshan has fallen to the dire!
I want to save my buyback if I can. Can you guys stall? 25. What's happening? Glimmer him something? Nice.
Aegis down.
Die.
The enemy's attacking your middle
Nice stalker down.
middle tower has fallen.
What the fuck? I'm lagging, dude.
Prophet down.
Dominate! Double kill!
Yo, did we win this game? All right, Zeus, you split push.
I think so, boys. Go up mid.
What the fuck? What a stupid game.
Better late game. That's all it is, buddy.
Like Drow doesn't have buyback for sure.
It's no Drow and no Stalker, so I think it's good.
Yeah, and I've got base.
Hey guys, we're gonna smoke here, okay? Wait, come here.
Just walk in. We don't need smoke. Just walk in.
We can kill this Queen of Pain. She's gonna be sitting by like, yeah, we can kill these guys.
Okay,
Wait, just chill. Go.
Yo, Zeus, you get the creep, Zeus, you get the creep.
Zeus, can you TP mid? Yeah, boots travel and TP, right?
Yo, you ever gonna force that for me? I'm fucking left in these trees here.
Yeah, Zeus is coming.
Zeus is on it. Yo, you gotta get the waves and I gotta go back. Go back. I'll get this way. We'll get this way.
No, I got it, boys. Somebody, yeah, just make sure that you get the creeps.
Yeah,
Watch for NP right.
yo, I got my 25 talent. We can push this.
MP's coming.
Hey, I'll deal with NP.
Sorry, I threw this game like fucking that dive was retarded. Sorry. Good game.
It's okay. Nice try, guys.
Wait, hold on. Fucker's hitting.
And his name is John
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Hope you guys enjoyed the game. Wow.
This is Sparta!
Oh, I can't. Oh, man. Oh, the commands. Do I even have enough for this week? I've sent like 30 commends like this week or something like that in the last few days so far. Oh, wow. I feel so tired after that last game. Oh man, I'm so tired, dude. Let's just take a breather for a second. Oh, Jesus. Do you guys have any questions or comments about that last game? Or anything at all? Hey Gabriel, I feel tired, dude. I just, I think my teammate tried to throw that last game really hard. I'm not leaving, I need to just breathe for a second. Yeah, that lifesteal, he was tilting so early on really hard. Oh man, I feel tired. Okay, alright. Alright, well, let's queue for another. I'm playing only support, guys. That really did feel like a TI moment, didn't it? Oh boy. $5.6K. And we got another game. Oh. Oof. So this is Night Stalker from the last game, so if I know he's gonna be playing Night Stalker, I'm not gonna ban it then.
You only got 5 seconds. Even less now.
In 30 days? I think I might be ranked 2000 within the next 2 days, Marco. If I can just keep winning games. Oh, holy fuck, that last game. Heisman. He's playing Nature's Prophet and he's on the enemy team, okay.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Do you want to play NS again? Just pick if you do.
Seconds. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Yeah, hey Marco, I don't know if you know, but I've been winning like pretty much all my games. This is an unranked. Yeah, look at all this green. Play it till it gets nerfed. I appreciate your try-hard attitude. Gotta start the PMA vibes going, you know? That's how you get the teamwork going on.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
What's Tuss's base move speed? He is 305, so slightly above average. Yeah, Marco, no, we've been on a fucking roll, baby. More green than the mint. Hey! No one put their icon on the map at all.
Okay, your pick now.
That's a core invoker.
You know what to do.
Yeah, I like these PMA vibes. It's mostly just me and light blue. It's okay. This guy seemed really nice from last game, anyways. Alright, let's win this game. They got Naga. I can get the +2 mana drain target. And hopefully destroy 3 Naga illusions at once. I'm not sure Night Stalker threw the last game. I know he used diving tier 4s, but I mean there was nothing else to dive anyways, you know. What would be your top tip for safely pushing and fighting as a carry? I think you need to spend at least 30 to 40% of your time looking at the minimap, Mike. And also, you have to keep in mind when people TP, specifically when people TP, right? So, sometimes I'll ask my teammates like, hey, did Night Stalker just TP top or was he always there, you know? Because like, if you know that he just TP'd top, right, as a fact, then you know that he can't be wherever you are if you're not top. Does that make sense? Hi, Javier.
Verily. I go like the devil.
30 seconds to showtime. If you're not already heading somewhere.
But yeah, a lot of people, they focus on like the creeps. Like, oh, this creep's low HP, this creep's low HP, they're gonna farm this, they're gonna farm this. No, look at the map. Look at the map. Seriously. Hey, Gyro, we might be able to threaten their rune. Let's do it. Let's try.
And now the moment you've all been waiting for.
I'll put the
Now he's gonna lift you onto the cliff here. What do you even say to that, you know?
Oh yes. Profitable engagement. Verily. One of my favorites. Oh yes. Forward.
Okay. Nah, too many creeps.
Why not?
You know, I'm gonna go fuck with the Centaur, I think.
To hell and back.
He doesn't, does he have passive? He does have his passive, so... Okay. So at some point, he's actually gonna get too low on HP. Yeah, he's gonna get too low on HP. We're just gonna wait and be patient. Never mind, no we're not. Yeah, I see you, Storm.
Are you not the jovial swordsman?
Nice job. We need wards? The fuck, man? It's like minute 2.
Your top tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the back.
Can you rocket? Never mind. Oh. Here. No, I can't help. I can't even click him.
To hell and back.
Ooh, your bottom tower.
4 kills.
Oh yes.
Hey Zeta, thanks man. Appreciate your donations.
Greetings, you are the most talented lion. B.
Most talented lion? Thanks, buddy. Yeah, we made some pretty good plays just now in the last 3 minutes.
Yes. Where's the fight?
Thank you. Get one of these, get one of these. Maybe this guy needs help. I think I'd rather just... Can you rocket? 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 Oh yeah, fucking teamwork, bitch! How you win games?
Dominate.
To hell with you.
Ah, Boots. Don't even waste your time. Rubik comes back. Oh no, Rubik's mid now. Rubik TP'd mid. Okay. What the fuck is going on? Oh, he's just dewarding. Maybe I will also go mid. They're just fucking feeding now, huh?
Yes.
I wonder if we can get this invoker to tilt. Five-minute runes? Runes?
To hell and back.
I have boots, so I can outrun the centaur.
Onward.
Yo, he's... Nah, he's too tanky.
Yes.
Oh, he had a ward. He knows. Storm's about to hit 6, right? Yeah, so if Storm's close to 6, then Tusk is heading mid anyways. So maybe we can... Oh, Rubik's mid. Me and Tusk are almost mid, Storm. Come. We can kill Dazzle too. Nice.
You're trying?
Good sound effect, dude. I like that. You want to kill again? I don't have much mana, but we can try.
Oh hell yes.
We need Storm though. There's Rubik here too. He's dewarding. This Rubik doesn't have lift anymore. Woo! I'm dead. Hopefully it pays off. I'm coming mid with sentry. I have sentry. I have sentry. I have sentry. Nice. Rubik's deeping mid again. Oh no. Damn it. Ah, damn it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Space. Indeed.
Yes.
I need to do some warding. There's no vision on the map. Dude, it's 3-12. This is great. And I have 2 out of 3 deaths on my team. Ugh.
To hell and
Wow, and I'm sitting here at level 4.
forward.
There's a ward there still.
Now over here. Why not?
Hey, Jower, come here. Jower, come here.
Yes.
Oh shit, too many targets at once.
Onward.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Where's the fight?
Oh man, too many targets.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
10-minute runes are almost up. Stop.
Onward. Why not?
10-minute runes. 10-minute runes.
Verily. Yes. Ascension things go to real essence. Money changes hands. Stupendous.
So if I pull this,
The enemy's attacking your middle tower.
he,
Don't let it go.
Centaur will have to move forward. We can kill him.
I grow like the devil.
Go, go, Storm, go.
Here I am.
Rubik's here. He has spike. Here, I think more will come. Back. Sunstrike. I don't know about this, man. Is that the real Naga? Can't be, right? I'm hella low. I really need this tome.
Why not? Verily. Passion. Onward.
Quick hurt. Why doesn't the items just go? Why don't the items just like go on the courier sometimes? He's too tanky to kill. Okay. I mean, if we have 3 then.
Yes.
Storm's coming down too. Yo, come.
Why not?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be quick to be mad at you. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Oh yeah, obviously if the whole team shows up.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Maybe we can kill Invoker. Yeah, he's gonna be there for that creep wave. I have sentries if he goes well.
Oh, hell yes.
Thank you.
Has been denied. Radiant structures are fortified.
Fuck, man, I want a ward here.
The top tower is under attack.
There's an invisibility here, Storm.
Hell and back.
The top tower needs some help.
Invisibility. Yes.
They have a shrine there. I'm pretty much dead.
To see such rare sorcery go to waste.
Killing spree!
He's gonna ghost walk. Oh my god, you.
Matters into my own
Fire structures are fortified. Dominate! Your top tower is under attack.
Okay. Go.
Well, it's not that I'm shit. It's like we just dove into T2.
It was kind of hard. Like, think of you guys were together earlier. Maybe you could have got the kill. You should communicate with him. They found the ward here? Oh god.
Verily.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't have mana.
Double kill.
Yeah, that's the sounding. He's starting to sound a little toxic. Shit. I'm coming. Keep going, keep going. Nice stalker kill.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Storm's coming, storm's coming. God, man, I always die. At least Naga dies with me.
Your bottom tower is kind of bad. Oh, there better be something important.
Disappointing. Holy shit, I'm coming. Never mind. Oh, this game's too exciting, dude.
Double kill.
I glow like the devil.
It's okay. It's pretty even.
Yes.
We just need Storm to get a little bit more items.
Yes. Oh, hell yes. Verily. Forward. To hell and oh yes.
Yep. That guy definitely does sound like a creep.
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And back. Yes.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
We're coming. Kill that fucking invoker. Yo, he has blink, he has blink.
Onward. Forward. Why not? Where's that fight? Haste! Mine! Oh, hell yes. Where's that fight?
Coming with sentries? Should I even bother?
To hell and back. Touché! Yes.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Yeah, no, this is 2 day. We can't really do much right now.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You got one less middle tower now, by the way. Your top tower is under attack. Top tower needs some help.
Ah, dude.
Radiant calls to the
Fucking ice wall.
top tower needs some help. Top tower is under attack. Killing spree! Your top tower is under attack.
Go, go, go!
Double kill.
Holy fuck, dude.
Good show. Next. Zip-zap.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Full engagement. Proud.
Yeah, that dazzle is... That dazzle, dude. He's just fucking destroying us.
One of my favorites. I go like the devil. Onward.
There's a DD here.
Oh, hell yes. Lionize me. Here's the good ammo. Battle rages.
Coming. 25-minute runes.
Verily.
Hey, Night Stalker, can you grab top runes?
Why not? Stupendous. Got it. Go and back.
I'd like to ward somewhere.
Yes. I go like the devil. Onward. Why not? I'm not. Strike! To hell and back. Oh, hell yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm concerned about our late too.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
Thanks, Alec.
Where's the haste?
I don't know about this. Jaro and Tusk. Jaro's not here. We have a shrine available though. Are we able to do Roshan? Are we able to do this?
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Yeah, okay. Let's try.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Your middle tower's under attack.
Coming with my 90 damage.
Immortality is mine. Thank you.
3 damage items. What the? Oh man.
That devil to pay. Illusion.
I almost have Blink.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, that's the real Naga.
Why not?
Okay. It's not bad. These 30-minute runes are up. I can't be top.
Oh, hell yes. After
Your
that.
top tower is under attack.
Stupendous.
You'll be fine. As long as that top tower don't
Naga's
fall.
dead for 24. We could maybe get bottom. We got a Blink Dagger now. I can catch his Invoker.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I don't think they're defending. We can take this.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, yes. Not like that. Thanks. Verily.
Oh yeah. We got this, guys. We got this. That was easy, dude. Easy as fuck.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
I go like the devil. Onward. To hell and back. Why not? Prowling. Yes. Why not? Where's the fight?
What the?
Killing spree.
Kara.
The bottom tower is under attack.
That Naga's gigantic.
The bottom tower has fallen.
What a gatekeeper, you know? Jesus. Hey, these runes.
I've still got my pride. Not so fast. Prowling. Verily. Power pours into me.
Are we able to smoke? Can we smoke?
Yes.
Choose a side.
To hell and back.
Maybe we can do Roshan if it's... Oh, wrong button, sorry. And Roshan is up. Roshan is up as well. Wait, what? I'm smoking too much weed, guys.
To hell and back.
Roshan's up in heaven.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh man, my warding is so obvious.
Now they will suffer.
Hey, maybe we can... Invoker might show up here in a second.
Middle tower has fallen.
Can we kill Invoker? Here. Okay. Never mind, never mind.
Killing spree, double kill.
Two different targets. Naga's so hard, dude. We need like a full team to kill her.
Your mid tower could talk.
Back door's up, back door's up. Yo man, don't die. Alright, a lot of bad plays recently.
To hell and back to hell.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, that was a real one.
Your middle tower has fallen. The middle barracks are under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle barracks are under attack. The middle barracks has fallen. The bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, we fucking through. Yeah, we lost the game. We threw so hard there. We threw in the last like 2 minutes.
Bottom barracks has fallen. Bottom shrine is under attack.
Pop the shrine, pop the shrine.
To hell and back.
How quickly grip? No, Storm will grab bottom bounty rates. The fuck? Who grabbed this?
Invisibility. I'm under attack. Where's the body?
Killing spree.
That devil here you die. Forward. I go like the devil. Yes.
Oh my. Good thing he doesn't have defusal.
What'd I miss? Over here!
Roshan has fallen
Isn't there a Dazzle over here somewhere?
Radiant's courier has been killed. Too stupid to live, too beautiful to die. Bad news about your bottom barracks. Finally, someone with worse luck than me.
Yes.
If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong. Shoddy construction? No, something worse.
Yo, this Tuss has been really deep. What the fuck? Oh man. Centaur's right here.
Your top shrine is under attack.
This time, I brought hell back with me.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Oh, hell yes.
Your top shrine has fallen.
Can't force that for you. Yeah, I don't think we should fight. We just hold high ground. Nice Stalker spot.
The top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Looking for me?
Oh shit. He has Aegis though.
To hell and back.
Jesus.
I'm not ready.
Killing spree.
Oh shit.
Mega kill.
I'm under attack.
Oh my, I'm so dead, dude.
Lion's heart.
Top tower needs some help.
Invoker Nova.
Oh Jesus.
Battle rages.
Push Invoker Nova. Go, go, go.
Okay. There's a ward right there. Don't let her TP. Hit. Oh!
Let me get top room.
Yeah, I think we end game. We have to do this really quick.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Then again, I will apply it into.
Yeah, throwing it.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. How many of those things are there? The enemy's middle tower is no more.
Ignore the centaur. Ignore centaur. Wow, dude, we won! I can't believe this, dude. I just keep winning. I can't stop winning. Oh god. Man, last game was stressful. This game was stressful too. Oh yeah, today's game is just so fucking amazing, dude. Except for that Spirit Breaker game. That one was a little bit of a. Oh my god. Dude, I just keep commending all my teammates every single game. Damn. Dude, we were not even winning. Like, it was kind of winning here, but they were pretty much winning for the entire game. Oh, Jesus. Storm didn't get a command, really? Oh. Yeah, I guess I ran out of commands. Sorry, Storm, I ran out of commands. Oh, new game. Dude, me sucking Naga? Oh, that felt great. I love sucking her. Oh, this guy pre-muted, I think. No?
Your turn to ban.
Jesus.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, I really do think it's the PMA communication. We gotta pump that shit up. Mid lane. Oh, this guy's a Smurf. Only 700 wins.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Okay, your pick.
Holy shit, these picks are going by fast. GG picks. Oh, so much green, guys. Look at all this green. Oh, this is unranked. Okay, this is unranked. Oh my god, look at that shit. How's it going, guys? Gotta get these PMA vibes going. Man, Vengeful Spirit might be good for this game. I can swap whoever gets cursed. What's the range on curse, guys? 1 sec. 500 radius? Okay. So my level 6 is 600 radius already.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding? Your pick now. Meepo.
Okay, let's do Vengeful Spirit. Get the PMA vibes going. Oh, what? Is that the same Naga from last game? Can't remember what color he was. His name is Kale? No, it's not the same guy. Okay.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
I don't play Shadow Demon Doctor.
We'll be fine. We're gonna pressure insanely hard.
Man, Naga. Oh, Naga's so annoying, dude. Hey Sazzy, I used the Meeple announcer pack.
My name is Vengeance. As you wish.
It's in the bag! Prepare for battle!
If you insist.
Can we get first blood? He doesn't have boots of.
Very well. Let my vengeance soar.
Hey Ken, why don't you play Chen? Yeah, let's try it.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not sticking.
Night Stalker's win rate's really high right now.
Faster. As you
This one's the real one. I can come stun her. Wait, is it real?
No, it wasn't real.
Which one's real?
It ran away.
Oh, okay. I might be able to stun again. I can stun again. I can stun again. Nice.
Nice.
First blood, first peace.
I might be able to snipe Courier mid. Did he use Courier yet? Do you know? Maybe I'll just come gank mid. Yeah, maybe you can get him lower, that'd be great.
Vengeance flies beside
We were missing.
Nice. Sorry, man. I don't want him to slide or anything.
It's fine, dude.
I'm coming left too.
Vengeance flies beside me.
What the fuck? Yes, I didn't see the sentry. I have another stun.
Faster.
Lightstealer, do you want to use Courier?
Yes, I do actually.
Okay, I have 2 more sentries on the Courier, if and when you're ready.
Nice.
Oh, wait for bottle. Please. Bottle.
Okay.
I have Aura Venom coming, so you can run down this side.
Okay.
Soon.
got silence on Skyrock.
Oh man, this bottle is taking forever. Yeah, I have stun.
If I had friends like you, I'd never lose. Hey.
Fuck did he put his sentry, a little fucking bitch.
Let my vengeance soar.
Oh, it's up there.
My spirit soars.
Missing with her.
Illusion.
He doesn't have mana for like much.
Yep.
Careful.
I have another sentry. Nice. 5-minute runes?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, I'm running at Winter Wyvern. I'm coming. Nice. I can grab. Okay. Oh, I can send this guy, and I have sentry. Nice.
Very nice.
Thanks, man.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. What, not your job or something?
Recore.
Okay.
Vengeance flies beside me.
Kill him, kill him, kill him.
Dead. What is she doing?
Nice job.
What is she doing?
Hmm.
Like, I don't understand. She has no boots, like she's good every time. I have an oob. Very strange play from this support. Oh, sorry.
Faster.
Tenki has that caustic spell now.
Okay, man. Skyrest top.
I'm coming, dude.
Alright.
Fight them. What's over?
I have another stun. A Sand King's coming though, I don't know about this.
That's fine. I rage. Oh no.
Oh shit.
Absolutely.
Are you even watching the top tower?
It's not worth it.
Maintenance structures are fortified.
Does anyone, do you remember if I warded there earlier? I can't remember if I did. Actually, you know what?
I don't remember either.
Probably have sentries everywhere.
This is bad.
Very well. I am there.
I did ward there? Okay.
Thank these embers well.
Well played.
Hey Puck, do you know if they have any wards mid? Yeah, we're quick. We can kill this guy.
The sentry's here.
No, no, no. I'm gonna back. I'm gonna back from this.
My sentiments precise.
Here, Ember might be mid. Puck. Keep running. Keep running.
Oh my gosh, one hit.
Yo, we can. Do you have? I have sentry. I'm trying to stun. Oh man.
Wait for vision. Wait for vision.
I don't. I just used it.
In your middle tower.
Yes. It's fine.
I fly.
Man, I just don't have. I just keep spending all my money on sentries. 10-minute runes are almost up. I don't have any more sentries for this sinking. Runes, runes.
Yeah.
Killing spree.
As you
Skyrath is bottom.
I can bottle you, bro.
Or Wyvern is bottom, I mean. Can we kill top if I track him?
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah.
Skyrath is top now.
He has no boots. We can easily kill him.
The Skyrath?
Yeah, he has no boots yet.
Okay.
Well, I want to get this farm first, but if he ever approaches this way, we can kill him, I think.
The time has come.
Do they have vision here? I don't think so, right?
If you insist. I am there.
We can't kill Sand. We can go for a Scarth or something, I think. What do you think?
Alright, I'm coming around. I can stun this guy. Nah.
As you wish.
Wait, they don't have Skyrath now.
Let my vengeance soar.
Bounty Hunter's leaving here.
Vengeance flies beside me. I am not arguing. By my wings. Very well. I fly.
Puck's coming top. I don't. No one has detection though. Wait, I need items from courier. Wait.
Yeah, so do I have Midas coming.
Okay.
Oh, my Midas is so late. Focus too much on battling this top. Focus enough. Farming creeps.
Ban that guy. You tell him something and then he just completely disregards and doesn't even listen to what you say. I fucking ban that shit.
I don't know if you two can kill him. Phase boots in one, shake the bottle.
Yeah, I want that home.
Naga, like where she is or what she's doing or what she has.
Speaking of Naga,
She's been hitting jungle stuff for a while.
Can't let her do that then.
Oh shit. Hey, I can TP. Oh shit, I TP'd mid, but I'm still pretty far from you guys. Okay, we got it. I can swap whoever gets cursed. Maybe we can kill this. Your puck's coming. We can kill the Sand King. Yeah, we have 4 here. We can. Winter Wyvern still did. Oh, what the? One? I didn't even see him channel.
Get tower.
I'm out, boys.
Okay.
Let my vengeance soar.
No, I know that there's sentry mid. I just didn't care.
I am not. If I must.
Why would he TP back to base?
Your middle tower's under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
I accidentally the base, what the heck?
Yeah, I don't know why you did that.
I was trying to TP the triangle, but I was missing.
Runes, get in position for runes, please.
Yeah, I'll get bottom.
Night Stalker, help me. I think I could probably grab theirs. Yeah.
Naga.
Run. Ember's coming. We might still be able to kill. Yeah, I think the sentry's gone, so I just killed it.
My sentiments precisely. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower needs some help. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Wanna fight top, Chris?
Yes.
Hey, BH, we're coming. I think that he doesn't have any teammates nearby. I'm gonna swap this guy, I think.
Yeah.
guys. Ember.
Yeah, they're both really low.
Double kill. You gonna do
Naga's bottom,
something
Naga's
about
bottom.
it or just sit there looking funny?
I don't know if I can defend this on my own.
Is one of those real?
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know how we can kill her though. Well,
It ain't over till the last building falls. So
I don't have swap either.
That's fine. Just get her off tower.
very well. If you insist.
I'm buying Vlad's.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Kill these illusions. There you go. That's really good.
If I must.
I fly.
I'm gonna push
Yeah, some
bottom.
truth here.
Flies
Try to get this tower.
as you wish.
I think this vision is fine.
Faster.
Oh, there's a courier bounty hunter. Yeah, it's.
Yeah, it's censored everywhere here.
Oh shit.
Get sick.
Getting tower for free though, I think.
Radiant fortified those structures. Pretty good move.
Yeah, I'm right behind you. There's a Naga here.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Let my vengeance soar.
That's the real Naga.
Just gonna back.
I'm gonna run at this. I'm gonna run at this Ember Spirit.
I'm not relic now.
The time has come.
The real. This is a real Naga, isn't it?
I am there.
We have crippling fear.
Yeah, it is. Just my TV'd out.
Very well. With a vengeance.
I have Radiant soon. It's a little late, but it's fine.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I am not argue. My sentiments precisely.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty
Hey,
magical.
careful, Night Stalker. Life Stealer's kind of far.
Wing mid, wing mid.
They're trying to knock
In fact, Okay. These bounty runes are. You know, I'll grab top bounty runes. Okay.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
A gift from the goddess. Bountiful, if you insist.
I have Radiant now.
Yeah, I'm coming with track.
Nice. I still have swap. Nice job. Hey, we might be able to do Roshan. Like, I have Vlads. Yeah, we can do Roshan right now. Yeah, go Roshan, go Roshan. Don't go any other tower. It doesn't matter that he bought back. Unless we can kill this Naga. Is that song? He might actually be feeding.
Let me.
Okay, yeah, okay, he sold his items. He's gonna jump.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Hey, I'll let you check,
I couldn't have done it better.
I'm too far, just go.
died to me like randomly. Wise pits. They are fucking.
Hey, can we? I think we can do Roshan. You guys want to do Roshan?
Just move.
Just beating this tower shit.
Okay. Easy kill.
Top tower's under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
I'm negotiating the terms of their surrender.
Top tower needs some help. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh.
Dominate!
Oh shit. Oh, what the fuck did I stun, dude? Stun like a shitty illusion.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. Tower's under attack.
Oh.
Your top tower is under attack.
So
The enemy's middle barracks
I hit Divine 5. Which one of these games? So I hit Divine 5 here, and then I need. So I need one more win after this one to maybe hit Divine 6. Wow, so fast. Come on, man, just. I just can't stop winning.
Maybe let's get the back, like. Let's get at least.
Well, he's smoked. No wonder he looks so weird.
The time has come.
There's a ward up here.
Yes.
Enemy's top tower is falling.
Easy kill.
If I must. Let my vengeance.
Oh, look at this sneaky guy.
Spree. Ownage. Mega kill.
Hey, you cast me.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. I guess they built on the
Ugh.
Ward's on the ground.
Oh, thanks, man.
enemy's top barracks has fallen.
No one wants to sub to your shitty fucking channel, man. Stop using other people's channel to get fucking PR. Am I gonna report Ember? Yeah.
Middle tower has fallen. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Your bottom tower has fallen. Dominate! Unstoppable! Radiant Agent is nothing but rubble.
GG. Maybe we'll play one more game. Maybe we'll hit Divine 6. Yeah, we don't have Nutty. GG, guys. Oh, I have more commands. We do have Nani? Oh. Oops. Five, 6, 5, 5.
Ooh, you get to ban someone. 5 seconds left. Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Suggest picking Night Stalker. Oh, is that right, Raj?
10
Okay.
seconds. 5 seconds left.
Okay, be right back. I'm going to the bathroom for 1 minute.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Your pick now. Here, Meepo. What? Huh? Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Man, if I knew he was going to pick Mirana, I would have picked Shadow Shaman.
Goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Thanks, Lulu. Hello, Anne. I really hope I can hit Ancient 6 with this game.
Lion. Prowling.
It is in the bag.
Fortunate real weight.
To hell and back. Yes. Iron fire. Yes.
Nice job.
30 seconds to showtime.
I go like the devil.
Hi, Genesis.
Why not?
Hey, maybe we can kill Lifestealer again. Did he get his passive? Did anyone notice?
Oh,
Pay attention now.
Yeah, he's just gonna walk here.
time for strong. Yes.
I can stun again. I can stun again.
Forward.
I got it. I can stun again.
I'll put the squeeze.
Nice job. I'll join you top in a sec, Pew.
Verily.
Just take it easy. Yeah, the teamwork going, guys.
Prowling.
Oh yeah, baby!
Radiant's courier has been killed.
God, am I good or am I good?
Live too beautiful to die.
God, I'm good. This is a hard lane for PA and I. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
After them. Yes.
So he just warded, huh? Oh, where did he ward?
Go like the devil. Forward.
Might be over here.
To hell and
Oh, I found it. Oh, what the? That's a really strange spot, huh?
onward.
I can't see it, dude. It was there, right? No, it's like right here. There it is.
Assassin.
Yes.
I do in her name.
I go
Hey, PA, you need lots of regen, okay?
yes.
We're gonna give this guy more regen.
Yes. Lionize me. Onward. Illusion. Verily. Why not?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Yes.
Hmm.
Proud.
I'm not sure that PA would have a better time bottom. Uh-oh. This guy's toxic. I had him pre-muted.
Heads up, we're back.
Hell and back. Forward. Oh, hell yes.
I'm dead. Deadly lane, dude.
This time, I've brought hell back with me.
Hey, Miranda, maybe you should come top.
Regeneration.
P is having a really hard time and it's almost nighttime. What the? Dude, there's a bounty in there! And you just walk right by it!
Onward.
The prize is mine.
Yes. To hell and back.
5-minute runes, 5-minute runes.
Where's the fight? Yes.
He's going.
See ya.
Oh, hell yes. Why not?
I don't know how Pia can... Well, they killed Lifestealer. Lifestealer is 4-0 on 3. Yeah. Lifestealer is having a pretty hard time too, so I guess it's worth.
Oh, yes.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Nice job.
Oh, hell yes.
Skywrath might be near you. I'm here. No, Skywrath.
Power pours into me. Why not?
Oh fuck, I put the ward down right in front of the catapult. Just wait, Miranda.
Onward.
You ready, Miranda? You ready? Come, come. Nice.
My pride, your call. Oh yes. You better have it. Wow.
No. We need his HP a little bit lower. Okay, maybe here.
To hell.
Nah, oh god, it's difficult.
To hell with you. That. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's tracks here. We should fight.
Probably.
Oh hell yes. Oh yes. Yes. Prowling. Yes.
Hit it, hit it. Arrow, arrow. That's Kunkka, that's Kunkka. Run, run, run. Keep running, keep running. Yeah. Okay. It's okay if I die. Night Stalker's going big, bottom.
Enemy's middle tower is no more. Radiant called in the fortification.
Hey, if Kunkka's leaving, we can kill the CK.
Why not?
Never mind, he's gone.
Yes. Verily.
These 10-minute runes are almost up.
To hell and back. Why not?
Can I get some help over this rune? Let me go first, Mirana.
I have a Baldo. You can.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower.
I don't have mana.
Okay, get back, Mirana. Mirana's dead. Mirana's dead. Walk away from Phantasm.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh yes.
There are jungle stacks
Yes.
that you should take, Leshrac. Hey, take it easy, okay? Take it easy. Where's my items?
Oh hell yes. You will pay. Yes.
Fuck! Oh, no, it did stack. Hey, lots of jungle stacks.
You even watching your top tower? Top tower needs some help.
Where's the fight?
We can fight top if we get like 1 or 2 more.
Top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there. Killing spree.
Good job. Hey Miranda, you can buy the tome. Yeah, I'm just trying really hard these days, you know? You gotta try real hard if you want to win at this level.
Yes. Forward.
Dire structures are fortified. You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Hey, the enemy's
Yo man, we don't want to
top
fight
tower's
this.
gone.
Illusion. Prowling.
Take me!
Oh hell yes.
Can anybody TP bot?
Yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Hell's fury. Burn.
What the fuck?
Your middle tower's under attack.
Onward. Oh hell yes.
Man, I don't want to die.
Prowling.
Kunkka's by the shrine bottom here.
hell and back.
We almost have Moonlight, so we could probably take bottom. Yeah, we can take bottom.
Hey,
Here,
look
top.
at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
Why not?
Man, I love the ward spots that I use. I don't really want to kill Kunkka. He has a shrine up in all these towers.
Your top tower is under attack.
Def top, I have TP in 3. Start your TPs.
Top tower is under attack. This is one of the I'll wait, somebody.
Deep six.
Hey, they don't have... Oh, Kira. There's no boat though. No boat or Skywrath ult. Holy shit, he's gonna get away. Hey, 15-minute runes. Grab these runes, Miranda. What? Oh my god, I just TP from fountain to fountain.
Why not?
God damn it. I didn't TP? Oh, what the? I thought I did. I heard the TP sound, didn't I?
Oh hell yes.
Oh, fuck. I thought I TP. Anyway, it doesn't matter that I didn't TP.
They're looking funny.
It sounded like... I thought it was my TP sound, dude. Line, Rubik has Earthspike.
Prowling. Mine. Yes.
Okay, let's track.
Yes.
Wait, I'm almost there. I'm coming.
To hell and back.
No, I can hex him. I think he's over here. What the fuck? I died! The Tidebringer! He... God damn it.
Dire's putting up a barricade. They're trying to knock down your middle.
Are we able to fight mid? Can we get more mid? I'm TPing. I really want the CK. I really want the CK. This is difficult.
Oh hell yes.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Onward. To hell and back. Illusion. Yes. Forward. Oh yes. Verily. Yes. I've got a power grip. Prowling. I go like the devil. Why not?
So this one expired naturally, I'm pretty sure.
Yes.
He's dead. He's already dead, Marana.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Oh, hell yes.
Your top tower needs some help. Oh, there better be something important going on. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
They're still mid, Care. Marana is a support. These 20-minute battery runes are almost up. Night Stalker will also have his ultimate during that time. Yeah, they're gonna be too late for the bounty rune, so you guys should be able to take these ones easy.
My rage returns me to the left.
If your mid
Yeah, they're all
tower
mid.
could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Hey, one less middle tower now, by the way.
Forward. A tithe to the impurity. Onward. Yes. Why not? Verily. Such strength is prowling. Oh yes. Lion's heart.
What are we doing, boys?
I got their ward.
We play as 5? Feels like every time we have an opportunity to make a play, we're getting picked somewhere on that. I don't want to just AFK farmers, so I think we're strong.
You guys want to smoke? I can smoke us. Do they have a ward here?
Your middle tower's under attack.
Verily.
PA, come.
Oh hell yes.
There's someone around here.
Barrier goes just here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's on left there.
I go like the devil.
Hey, get back. At least they're not doing Roshan.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Save the glyph.
Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
What the fuck is this Marana build?
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Resolve. Where's the
That guy's a total creep for the record.
Killing spree!
yes? Onward.
They're gonna keep pushing top, we should fight this. They don't have lifestealers, but
Forward.
team? Yeah, can you TP? Yeah, can you TP top, please?
Yes.
I don't want to lead. Someone else lead. I'm not taking another
Your
game.
top tower is under attack.
Verily.
He is coming.
Dominate.
I bought back to fight.
The bottom tower is under attack. Double kill. The bottom tower is under attack. Double kill.
Now can we take Roshan?
Out of the bed.
Can we take Roshan, please? The 4 of you?
You better pump on over to your bottom tower. What do you mean your bottom tower is
It's fine. These 25-minute runs are up. Yeah, so Lifestealer, he's probably grabbing this one right now. Yeah, he's back here again.
The prize is mine.
Why not? Forward. Yes. Yes. Forward. Why not? Onward.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone.
I can go behind this Rubik. Kill Lifestealer.
Killing spree.
Dude, if you can't kill him, just fucking give up already.
Dominate. Double kill.
Good fight, good fight.
Triple kill.
Let Shrek can come back and join you guys. He has boots of travel.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They wasted their glyph. Keep going. If Kunkka or Lifestealer buys back, you guys should back.
Top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Buildings, Mirana. Buildings.
Yeah, I think you guys should get buildings too. Yeah, back.
Enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I still got my pride. Verily.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen. No more sanctuary here.
Oh, hell yes.
There's a DD top.
Fighting.
Knuckle under.
Hey, I'm not sure you guys should. Okay, CK is gonna have DD.
To hell and back.
Yeah, I don't think you guys should. You guys have no reason to be bottom.
Just farming, we're not fighting, man. We have vision.
Verily. Oh, hell yes.
Life Stealer's up here. Oh yeah, I didn't realize I have 2,600 gold. I'll buy Blink.
Where's the fight?
Supports are all top.
I got a Blink Dagger now.
To hell and back.
Hey, he popped Phantasm. We can walk away from this. Yeah, we can fight. We can get ready to fight again. I also have Blink.
That's anybody.
Yeah, just don't go on the illusions.
Why not?
BKB.
Thinking about the enemy's top tower?
Okay.
It's gone.
Yes. With the tide.
The enemy's top towers.
Night Stalker might have to die here. Yeah, Night Stalker's dead. Just leave him. Leave him. Leave him.
You are no match for my master.
This should make my life easier.
When was Roshan time? Go, Catapult, go! Go! Oh no! 8 HP!
Oh yes. A tie to the impurity. Why not? Onward.
Your top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Skywrath might be over here.
Yes. Prowling. Where's the fight?
Maybe we can kill Lifestealer in the Stalker.
Yes.
Okay, well you can farm it if you want.
To hell and back.
Salamene smiles upon me.
Yes. Invisibility. Forward. Yes.
Killing spree.
Skywrath's dead. Maybe we can push something. We can go top again. PA, come with us.
Why not?
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke us. This guy's in trouble. That's the shrine too. Get away from the shrine and Phantasm if we have to, okay?
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Killing spree.
Can we go? Come on, come on. I'm lagging. What the fuck? No!
To hell.
Oh my god, this is fucking terrible, dude. Fuck my internet. Holy fuck. What a terrible disconnect. That is not good. Oh my god, I'm so fed up with my internet. We're out of help up here. Dude, that guy is like 10 years old, okay?
Where's the fight?
35-minute runes are almost up. Hey Miranda, we might need your moonlight for these 35-minute runes.
Shadows take us.
Oh, hell yes.
Hey PA, get back, okay? Yeah, no, they're all there. Night Stalker, care. Yo, yeah, care.
Kill their shrine when we get a chance. So you guys can Rosh right now.
Yeah, I think Roshan's probably a good idea.
Get the rune spot. Hit Rosh, guys. Hit Rosh.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Hell and back.
Poor Russia.
Prowling.
See you soon.
Can we? I'm not sure we should just run at them. We can smoke.
Oh, yes.
Sneak a ward over here or something?
I can see if I can sneak a ward here. Wait.
Don't force this, please. He's back. Back, they're buying back.
Think you're done with me. Look away.
Why did we force
You
that?
gotta be really careful about forcing high ground. I don't think those are the plays.
Yeah, I mean we had smokes available. We could have just waited.
Should just farm at that point.
Actually, I don't have enough money for this. PA doesn't have buyback, guys. I think you have to keep going because PA doesn't have buyback.
Perfect.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's attacking your middle tower.
I'll try to stop TPs. I'll let you know if they TP.
Your middle tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks is falling. You're never gonna amount to nothing.
Alright, we still have 3 buybacks left on this team. Yeah, take it, man. Can we kill Moonlight?
Should go bot if you can.
Okay.
And kill him.
Alright, I'm gonna see if I can cut this guy off if he's still there.
Onward.
I'm scared.
Take us.
Yes. Verily.
Don't let them see you. Okay, they know about this little gank. Let's just get runes. Rubik's almost up anyways. Get back. Skyroc's close to you.
Oh yes. I go like the devil. Stings. Gold remains. Where's the fight?
Double action runes. That PA hit is 25.
To hell and back.
This should make my life easier.
There's a lot in that area. Care.
Oh hell yeah.
Care. They don't have Kunkka. Can we kill this Lifestealer? Sucker.
Killing spree.
They're all dying back out. We should do it.
Verily.
Okay.
Oh hell yes. Forward.
What are you doing still there? What the?
I go like the yes.
We need wards? Yeah. Okay, man.
Where's the fight?
Are you even watching your top tower?
Onward.
Your top tower needs some help. Rally the troops and get over there! Your top tower has fallen. Stop it!
Wow.
That's not helping.
Devil, damn it! Such strength is mine. Why not?
Hey Lulu, what is Roshan timer? No, I've yet to find a ward anywhere in this area.
Why not? Prowling. Passion. I go like yes. Oh hell yes. Forward. Yes.
They never have vision in this area, huh?
To hell and back. Oh yes.
Pretty sure the arrows are better.
Onward.
Hey, I think they smoked, guys.
Yes. Verily. Now they will suffer.
We don't have to rush this game. I think we take Roshan. Like we have to. You guys have to start playing bottom.
Oh yes.
I mean, sorry, near Roshan. Yeah, it should be up soon.
I go like the devil.
That's amazing.
Feel my claw. Prowling. Yes.
The prize is mine.
Tied to the impurities.
Yeah, I'll grab bottom bounty runs.
Yes.
Get ready to do Roshan.
Money changes hands. Forward.
So after this Roshan, what we want to do is we want to smoke.
Why not?
What are you hiding?
Oh, yes. Onward.
Can we play top? I'm gonna try to put down a ward if I can.
To hell and back.
Then
Alright, we should force out.
Hey, let's check and come back. Oh shit!
The enemy's top barracks is falling.
Where's Boots of Travel? I'm coming in. I have Boots of Travel. Oh shit! He killed my creep. I'm coming with haste.
Double kill.
You guys want to buy back and do this? Yeah, keep going. Pia, you too.
it's all coming back into focus.
Is that real? That's not even real, dude.
The veiled oracle chose you.
The enemy's top barracks is falling. The enemy's bottom barracks is falling. You now have double kill. Put your back into it. This one's almost done.
Yo, can I get Divine 6? Is it Divine 5 this game?
Someone understand. There he is. Triple kill. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Oh, it was trouble, baby. Pretty good move, if you ask me.
And his name is John Cena.
Oh no! Yo, I didn't hit Divine 6? Fuck! Oh, seriously? I must be at like 90 something %. Ah, damn it. Oh no! The Dota 2 game coordinator is lagging, so maybe actually I did hit it. I don't know. Glad you guys enjoyed the game. Yeah, that game was really close. It's going back and forth both ways. So I was at 77% before that game started. So yeah, there's a really good chance I hit Divine 6, but there's also a decent chance I didn't. We'll see. I'm not sure I can play more Snow Poop. Tell you what, I'll wait 3 minutes, okay? Kind of tired. We already played 5 hours. Hey Danny, we're only playing support. Oh man, I keep winning and winning and winning. Feels so good. Yeah, since you can't even sign into Steam, you mean Steam, right? Not Stream. It probably means like no one can really play Dota 2, I think. You can't sign in? Yeah, I think we're done for. That wasn't an easy game. I really hope I hit Divine 6 though, that'd be great. They're nerfing Night Stalker as we speak. Oh, okay, we're gonna give it a few minutes. I think we're probably done for today though, because I feel tired. Does anyone have any questions or comments? God damn, we're on a roll, guys. I think I've won like 14 out of my last 15 ranked games. It's amazing. I need to eat some food for sure. My main role is support. Hey Vishal, recently yeah it is, but typically I've been mostly a carry player. Yeah, I'll show you my stats, okay? So typically, yeah, I'm a carry player. Like if you look at my most played heroes, say Jug, Mirana. Mirana I play both support and carry, but yeah, I typically I'm a carry player, but I really like to play support these days. But I'm usually more successful with carry. Glad you like the games, the Raj. Good night, Mike. Do I ever plan on playing competitively? Hey, Revan, I would not even consider playing competitively unless I can hit at least 7k. I'm struggling to even hit 6k because maybe because I just don't try hard enough. But you know, maybe I'll go try hard for the next few months and see where I land. Yeah, Harris, I'm done for today. Dota 2 game coordinator still down. Legend the Guardian. I think everyone went that medalist after their calibration, so. Do I know about Henry? Yeah, he got banned off of YouTube. He got his main account banned. He's spy accounts and stuff. But I heard he's really good. I saw him play Puck, and his phase shifts are amazing. And I heard he hit 7k, so he must be a very skilled player. So hyped about the support win streak, but I do miss the Jegs fan. I'm sure we'll play Juggernaut sometime real soon. No, my highest MMR was 6.3k. You're welcome, Revan. Am I ever going to do party games with Lulu? Is that what you're looking forward to, Nicholas? Because, I mean, I play with Lulu all the time. We're bound to play together sometime in the near future. When is Jackson going to come back? You guys are getting bored of support, huh? You want to see the rampages and the... Yeah, you know, support is definitely not as flashy as carry plays, for sure, because you don't have all that kill potential in the farm. But I do think it's a higher skill cap. The Steam is offline, I think. Yeah. Oh, I feel tired. Yeah, I think we're one game away from 5.7k, which last season would have been just about immortal. I'm surprised people want to see you play with me. It's okay, Lulu. You're right where you belong. Hey, Vishal, I like Team EG. They have the most number of North American players. Yeah, I didn't choose the support life. Support life chose me. Carry is higher skill cap, dude, technically. Why is it higher skill cap? Technically. No, I really disagree with that, because let's think about this for a moment, right? What are the most important what are the most important skills of a carry player? Okay, well, farming. Farming, I think, in my opinion, is one of the easiest skills to learn in Dota 2. look at me last hit this creep. Oh yeah, it's low HP. Oh yeah, I'm gonna fake it. I'm gonna pull these creeps back. Oh yeah, I'm gonna last hit this creep. Honestly, any player who's played Dota 2 for like 1 or 2 months, if given the lessons on how to play Dota 2, can learn that very easily, right? Oh, you know, I look at me. I last hit this creep, then I go into jungle, and then I go back into lane, then I go into jungle. Oh, they're ganking me top. No, I'm gonna TP bottom. That's how you play carry and farm efficiently in a nutshell, right? I mean, that's so easy to do, isn't it? I mean, you might say that like, oh yeah, look at these sleight of fists, you know, look at me dodge the sleight of fist and Manta dodge, right? Okay. Yeah, you can argue that Manta dodging skill shots and using sleight of fist to dodge stuff, or Yules with Puck, or phase shift as Henry often does very well, right? But like that's not really high skill cap, right? That's just like, boop. Like you literally take your keyboard and you're like, boop, you know, like you can practice that so easily. There's like Manta dodge game, right? Like it's not really high skill cap abilities. But let me tell you this, warding is so philosophical, okay? Warding, smoke ganking, who should be laning where. Like in that last game, I had to think about who I have to hex, right? Or do I blink in and do I stun these 3 people and then risk dying? Like, whereas like when you have like Hart, Scotty, BKB, you run in like a retard, right? Like it's so easy to just survive in team fights when you have the farm. So you tell me, why do you think carry is so high skill cap? Yeah, like I said, last hitting so fucking easy. Knowing when to join fight. I mean, that's both ways for support and carry, right? Supports require way more map awareness than carries. And if you don't believe me, let me ask you this question. How often does a carry need to TP to save a support? Nope, carries like, oh, the support's dying. Right? You don't care, dude. You're like, I'd rather just farm. This position 6 line, who gives a shit about his life, right? You know, like, I'm just gonna focus on my farm for 80% of the game. Right? Also, like, who decides where the wards go down? Like, that game, I always decide where the wards go down. And I put down the wards where I think the fight is going to happen, or where I think someone's going to get ganked, or where I think where the objectives are, right? It takes way more map awareness for that. So you can't argue that carries take more map awareness. They just literally see, oh, there's 3 top trying to gank me, so I go on the other side of the map. So fucking easy, right? Carries, they often have like BKB and TP, right? Like they don't need like these good map awarenesses, right? Hey, Clay Smith, thanks for subscribing. Supports, they have maybe Glimmer Cape, right? And that's easily counterable by Dust. But how do you counter BKB TP? Abyssal? Pressure to execute. Well, I mean, can't argue that. But I don't think that's high skill cap. That's just a mental game thing. Alright, where are we? Someone got deleted good, huh? I'm mad good at last hitting and ratting, but less good at fighting as carry. So much better with his support team fighting. Well, you're a support player is what you're saying? Yeah, I mean, it's different skills on both sides. You prefer the party games, Nicholas? Okay. Yeah, it's more friendly and easygoing and silly, so I would think so. Steam era, yes. Yeah, I gotta tell you, man. Also, here's the other thing. Hey, Nitin Sharma, thanks for subscribing. So, almost all TI team captains are support players. Almost all the shot callers are support players, right? You think about that. Like carries, they often have to think about like, shit, where do I farm next? Like, okay, I just last hit lane, and enemy Night Stalker TP into my lane. So where do I farm next? Okay, like they're just focusing on their farm all the time, and that's so simple. And you just have to focus on yourself. Whereas, like if you watch the last game, I'm constantly thinking about what everyone is doing. Like, have you noticed that? I'm like, hey Miranda, I think you should buy this tome. Life Stealer, can you grab these runes? You know, like I'm telling everyone what to do. Whereas like carry, they're like, okay, I farm here, then I farm here, then I farm here, and they're gonna run after me. that's their map awareness, they're not going to TP on the other side and farm more. Like, I don't have to think about those kind of things. I just think about what everyone is doing all the time. Hi, Kelly. How you doing? Carry looks at his next last hit. Yeah, that's basically the hardest thing of playing carry. And I mean, you could argue like, oh yeah, look at this miracle farming efficiency. He's so good at farming. Look, you know, he let Burning Spears finish the creep off, or this Wraithing Skeletons. Oh yeah, you know, look, he's TPing back to the tower, even though it's not that long of a TP. Like, those are very easy skills to learn. A 9-game win streak. Oh, sorry to hear. Was it for calibration? Because that would have been fantastic. Oh, you didn't ban him? Well, I'm glad you agree. Young players are carry players? Yeah, I agree with this. I think, like... Remember, everyone wants to be a superstar. Everyone wants to be like, Miracle, I am RTZ. I am Anna. I'm the best player on my team. My teammates are fucking scrubs and I don't belong in this MMR, right? And people think that, like, okay... The only way I can do that is if I just farm really well. If I have 5 items and they have 3 items, I'm going to rampage and kill them all, right? And that's a very like me way of thinking, right? It's not like a higher level way of thinking. If you want to be really good at Dota 2, you have to think about the team because it's a team game, right? Like, that's why I play everything. You know, I play carry, I play offlane, I play support. What do you think about Meeple players? It takes a lot of actions per minute to play them. They're probably like very greedy and young. A lot of boosters like Meeple because like he can change the tide of the game, right? Hey, daydreaming. We won like every game today except for the Spirit Breaker game. Yeah, there's one more game here. I played Spirit Breaker first game of the day because I just woke up. So basically, I think we got 4 ranked wins. So I basically won every game again today. Hi, Peryak, just ending the stream. 8-2 in calibration. How much MMR did you up, Kelly? Yeah, no one can play Dota 2, guys. Do I like Dandy? Doesn't like everyone Dandy? I mean, doesn't everyone like Dandy? He's so cute and such a good attitude. See you later, Snowpoop. You're welcome. Is it normal that I play Meeple and people think I'm a booster? Well, like I said, a lot of boosters play Meeple, right? But I mean, even some not boosters who just normally like playing Meeple, whatever, you know? Just play whatever you like. 5.58, I don't even remember what that was like. There's a server problem. I still can't get into Dota. See, you can see like, I still like I won that game, but it says abandoned here. So everyone's having problems with Dota 2. Think the unranked game you lost doesn't count? Yeah, me too. Damn, you went up 500. I lost 250. Like I won 4 games, and I lost 250 somehow. Explain that. Wait, did I lose 250? Yeah, I lost 250. What do you think about Sumiyo's new lineup? I haven't seen his lineup, so I don't have an opinion on this. Balance in all things. Hello, Chrono. Try to speak English. Thanks, Enzo. Once again, English only, please. Oh, there's too many Spanish speakers here. Hey. Keep it in English. Yeah, English only. Hey guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm really hungry and I feel tired after those fucking intense ass games. So, thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun today. I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. So, it should be around 8 AM Pacific time. So, see you then!